I think this is working. I think everything is fine. I think everything is in order. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good weekend. It seems to be Monday for some reason. And we have some potentially very good news. Potentially. The potentially is very important. We'll see if that happens. But it is a very potential thing to have very good news today. It is regarding the Mom UI kit. We are, I think, this close, which you can't see because I'm blurred, but like this close to releasing it for the update specifically that are or that is touching the coded version of the components. I have a feeling that it is almost good, but I'm waiting for something, and we'll see if that works. Nonetheless, the the thing that I was talking about last time that I said could be an option is an option, and it works, which is good. So, because right now I don't have all the license keys that I need to have for all the people that have bought the kit before the latest update, um, giving the 100% discount codes is feasible. So that's a thing that is pretty good. We should be able to do that if the support is not coming back to me with like a backfill of license keys. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes, and we'll see how it works. So far, I don't know, but it's promising. We have good news. So that's the good thing. The other thing that I have added a lot of other teeny tiny quality of life improvements things in there. So as I've mentioned, CyberSect, welcome on in. How are you? How was your weekend? As I've mentioned last time, I wanted to get a system that is themable because that's like one of the main point of the thing. This is one of the design, but I kind of want to later give you the ability to change the corner radius of the things, the styling of the things, and then overall the whole theme design the things. So as a starting point, this weekend I added this, which is pretty cool. I think this is going to be really useful. It's a very simple system that just changed the color, the main color of the theme that you are currently selecting. And so if you are someone that is preferring something that is more purple, like Stony, for example, or if you're like more of a indigo slash blue thing, you would be able to do so. Not that it matters or change anything anyways. It's just that way you have access to all of the content with the colors that you want to see. So that is an easier system. The glitch on the presentations are always the fact that Arc is shit and therefore it's just like not behaving as expected. But at least right now we have access to things that are rethemable automatically based on the user tab sheet recording, the user selected themes. That's a bit of a quality of life improvement, which I think is pretty useful-ish, mainly because it implies and it showcased that the whole UI kit is color themable, at least on top of the theme section that is added now. So that's a good thing. First good thing. Then the other second good thing, I guess, I kind of consolidated that view with the about section about the component itself. So we have the preview here, we have the anatomy that still works properly as intended, and then under that we still have like the same thing, but we have removed some sections that were redundant with other part of the existing things, and that's a bit of an improvement already. And then the other thing that I've done is making sure that like the inspector on the right side is scrollable here, and the code related content is going to be just that container itself, like never bigger than this. Like that's basically the thing. We had some issues with uh, specific code that was like way too much. That now is not the case. So that's a that's a good system. I think this is going to be working better. So I do like it. It's not necessarily done just yet. Like for example, here we have single, range, year, month, and dual in the documentation specification that I've put in place. Because we are at less than 5, this is supposed to be a segment control. so that people can just move from one to the other. But apparently, this is not necessarily working. So that's a weird thing. We'll see. I guess today is not a it's not the landing day again. Damn, damn. So that's nonetheless still something that is pretty useful and pretty simple to play with and have it work. So I do happen to like this. And it does work in light mode as well. I know. But as always, the light mode is only available for the paid tier and not the free tier. So therefore, this is just a presentation thing, and it does everything that it's supposed to do. So I do like the system here. I feel like this is an okay thing. We're getting themes. Themes are good. Themes are always good. The price for the entire thing is going to be right now I'm set to 140, but I don't know yet. The current price is $80. So buying it today, give it to you for 80 when it drops, and it should drop soon-ish. I know, I hope, I don't know. But yeah, I don't want to make it more expensive than the other kits on the market. That's basically the reason. So when you look at Align UI, which is the other one that we take as a concurrent, I guess, specifically with their base components and all of that thing that they do have, um, it is like 290. So obviously I could bump everything up to like 160, 180 and be fine because this one is very expensive. Untitled is also pretty much expensive, if I'm not mistaken. Um, they've been doing like same like the $400 ish on this one. This one is 129, which kind of same price as me right now. So I don't know exactly um what will go in, but they also have like the fucking enterprise thing. I don't discriminate. Like if you are a dev or designer within a company and you buy it for your company, you will buy it anyways at the lowest price. So yeah. Feels work on it. How are you? How was your weekend? I mean weekend. Yeah, how was your weekend? Um, so that's a bit of the ID for now in terms of pricing. And we'll see if it works, but at least we have something that is rethemable, which was the main point of this weekend's. So yeah, that's why I kind of said, yeah. You also once again just landed next to the target. That I guess today is either absolutely rigged and I'm gonna drop, uh, or it's just like not a landing day again. Uh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, same. At least I'm meeting with you next to the target. We same thing as last time. Great, great. So it's not a landing day. It is probably not gonna be a landing week. Oh God. So that's a good thing. I think it's a pretty good update so far. And as the title of the stream implies, I am waiting for Stonies to get me a bit of a feedback on thing. Um, I sent him a message yesterday. It's if you have the times and the tokens, I would love for you to take a look at the latest version of the the repo to tell me if it's good because I don't trust myself. And then I don't he didn't give me anything. I like he just sent me screenshot of Claude on mobile, and I'm like, what do you want me to do with this? I can't read this. I don't understand. So I don't know. We're waiting. Um, we are waiting on Stoney to wake up because as we just saw a second ago, he woke up at 6:15 yesterday. So that's a crazy thing. I was basically in bed watching a movie already. So yeah, timing is wrong. Nonetheless, so I'm waiting for Stoney to give me a bit of a feedback on this thing, if he can. Um, it is passing all of the tests that he put in place, so that's a good thing. And based on the thing that I've done on Saturday, I should be able to publish to NPM and also to my private registry thing. And we have tested it with a license key, and the license key are working. So overall, good thing. Oh, I see this. Oh, that is interesting. I saw something interesting. Something that you cannot see right now. Okay, the the fav icon for the Mom UI kit right here. I'm gonna move there so that it doesn't have it altered. Um, is basically changing on any page refresh. So it's just gonna take a random ass fav icons just because why not? And what I saw a second ago is that if I change the theme color, it's going to change the theme color of the fav icon, which is good. But if I change the theme color and then I stay on the same page, the icon doesn't change theme color on the spot. I don't think I can do that. I think the fav icon needs to have a refresh thing. But yeah, I just noticed that. So small detail, not much, but I basically switched to yellow, and because I'm still on the green, it's still gonna be green. So that's an interesting thing. We'll see if I can fix that at some point. Hmm. Hmm. Nonetheless, so the registry is working, the license key checking through Lemon Squeezy is working, the fake license key is rejected, the no license key is uh, allowing you to get the free tier, if I'm not mistaken, and then the NPM registry is going to hold the free tier of the entire thing, including the wrappers for Vue and React and whatever, because we don't really give a shit. So that's good. The only thing that I don't like, and this is a question for the devs that are around here, the current system, as far as I know, and I'm going to do the same thing as usual, which is just opening Figma because it is faster. Um, as far as I understand it, we have the npm install, and then we have the organization thing through my private repo registry thing, which is mom slash pro or slash UI dash pro. I forgot exactly what I've done. I think I've done that. Um, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Um, Nonetheless, that is the default. I think you just get like mom slash UI or slash mom as the free tier, and then when you want to upgrade, you need to do something about it to install on top of or alongside, and that is the thing that I don't necessarily understand, because it is not making a lot of sense to me, where the the thing is going to be like a second hat on top. I wish I had the code in question, because I really don't know how that thing is working, which is bad. Um, which is bad. I don't know if it's going to be in the deployment or if it's going to be somewhere else. I think it's somewhere in the project memory. But yeah, UI Pro is the base thing, UI is the regular thing. And in order to upgrade, that's the thing that I don't really understand. is that you need to do a, a dual key thing where basically you are calling for UI regular plus UI Pro at the same time, which will ask for your license key and then combine shit. I don't know. It's a bit of a complicated thing for me. But basically, from what I understand, is that because slash UI is the free tier and slash UI Pro is the paid tier, I can't just take the missing part of Pro and put it in slash UI as a routing because apparently NPM would say no based on what Claude has said. I don't know. So if you have more information and if you know better than me, which is the case most likely, I would love for explanation on why that's the case. So yeah, there is this thing. I don't get that. Um, I don't understand this. It's a weird thing. I really have a hard time with the NPM package registry thing. My brain just doesn't compute anything. So nonetheless, but nonetheless, it is working, I think, which is good. And as soon as I release it with an alpha version on NPM, it is locked in place. So the free tier is going to be on NPM and available for everyone, which is pretty useful. And then we'll be able to have the paid tier for the people that have a license. So that's yeah, that's another thing. But yeah, I'm just like so unsure and so unskilled in terms of NPM to make it make sense that even Claude explaining shit on Saturday didn't help in any way, shape, or form. Like it just was bad, and I really didn't understand shit. So we don't like it yet. I need to figure out, and I need Stoney or someone else that knows how things are supposed to work to tell me if the thing is in place properly or not, because otherwise, no good. But we are like that close to releasing, so everyone that already has a license will be able to get access to it, and everyone that doesn't have a license, I need to send them an email directly with a discount code if the support is not coming back to me. So that's a good thing. That's a good progress so far. And then after that, I can focus on something else, which is good. But yeah, we've been working on all of that, which is pretty good. Um, the last thing that I want to do, as I've mentioned on Friday, is ensuring that we have something that is closer to the Hero UI Pro styling option, so that the Mom UI kit will style like it is styled today, but then have a themer or a theme engine that allow you as the user to just say, oh yeah, we will use the glass theme or the grounded theme or the metallic theme and get something that is a bit more uh, or differently styled nonetheless. So that's the plan for now. That's not an option, but in the future, yeah, probably. But that is an interesting thing. It changes the font, it changes the CSS rules, and some of the uh, effects, I guess, on the surfaces. So that's the thing that I kind of want to do to ensure that we have something that is themable to your liking and to your needs, rather than having something like this, which to me nowadays is mostly um, how do we say that? Opinionated and outdated. Like these things were good in 2022, but now they are so outdated compared to the rest of the design systems that we have on the web that I don't think they are good enough to be released. So that's also one of the reasons why on Wednesday last week I had like a bit of a this doesn't have any value anyways. situation because it's just like it's too old. It is too outdated. And in order for me to get like the content out, it's gonna be okay. But it still needs to be like so much reworked in ways that most people don't think about. So yeah, I think that the dark mode is fine. It's just when we switch to light mode, because we have this styling option with the very strong border around the buttons themselves to create their slots, then it looks like an accessibility issue. So it it feels off, and then some of these things, like here, for example, are kind of off design wise. But it is working nonetheless. So that's it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's gonna be okay. As always, everything that is in there is gonna be interactive, so that you can play with shit and have whatever you want in there if you want to. But that's a good thing. I'm seeing some of the defects that we have in there, so we'll see. Nonetheless, nonetheless. Other than that, we have some other things that I've been taking a look at. There has been things. This is for Denny specifically. This is for Stony, for the noms. These styling thing that they are doing right here. Also, Twitter is still broken. This is very interesting. The thing that I'm looking at right now, and the half issue that we will have, is that the quality of the content we can do with brushes and other like organic shapes is very much Illustrator based and not necessarily something that we can do easily in Figma. So even though I would love to be able to do these types of things in Figma for the branding of the Noms plugin slash platform, it is still going to be kind of complicated to achieve within Figma itself, unless we find something that is like either handmade or styling wise that could work. So I don't know. Again, these four here are based on an image that already exists. These ones are based on shapes, so that you can kind of tell that it's a lot of a different thing. And then these ones are based on an image, so obviously it's it's cleaner as an output. So in order to get that level of organicness, it's going to take a while to find the correct things that we want. So that's you know, it's good to be aware of that. On the other really cool thing that we have found, Design Minis seems to be a bit of a repo of all of the people that are doing some AI generated mini tools for everyone. And it's really cool. So in there is like basically mini tools for anything that you want to do and or play with. These that have like a bit of a star on the top left, they position on the top left are the one that are paid or have like a paid tier, if I'm not mistaken. But anything else is going to be available for free, and that is really cool. So you can get in, get your effects, and going back to what we were saying with Denny and Tonton for the styling slash looks of the brand itself, it is like pretty interesting to get the ability to just play with these things, um, change like some of the effects that they already have and so on. So that's a good thing. We do like it. Most of it is going to be free, which is cool. And Design Mini contain like a ton of sub tier things. So, you know, if you were looking for very interactive branding assets and you want to just create some shaders and other things, these are here. So that's you know, why not? Why not play with it? Why not play with them? So that's a really useful thing. I don't think I saved it and shared it on Discord yet, so it's gonna be in there. But this is one of the new tools that we have seen. And then this whole video is 100% AI generated. And it is crazy. It is kind of low quality, I'm guessing, because of the export and the compression uh on Twitter, exported from Bilibili. But the consistency in character design, the human gestures, and everything in there is extremely impressive. I have been saying that for the past few months, but yeah, we don't know. We can't know. It's too late. If you see a video on the internet, you can just assume at some point that it is not something that is real anymore, and it's kind of wild. There are some tells of things that just like don't necessarily make sense, where movements when you go very, very slow, like, don't necessarily exist, but yeah, it's still impressive. So yeah, we are doomed. We are absolutely fucked. Um, this is for Tauntaun, for when Tauntaun comes in. Someone has been recreating a Winamp icon for their music visualizer app. So it looks very dated, but also it looks brand new. So that's a they've done a very good job at creating something that is Winamp based, but also 2026 coded. So there is so much thing that I'm like, oh yeah, cool, I see exactly the details that uh, someone that hasn't necessarily been living in that era of design and that era of software might not necessarily recognize this as mistakes, but there are some teeny tiny things that I would have done to make this UI a bit more, or app icon technically, a bit more realistic to what it was at the time. The main point that I have is on these. These buttons are good, but they are missing something that was really uh, defining, I guess, at the time. So, for example, these things, I'm gonna just recreate it in 5 seconds so that we have something to play with. This is big, bitch. That's that was big. Uh, if we do that, I guess that's gonna be fine. Um, basically, this thing, if we wanted to make it more align with what it used to be, it would need some sort of a skew where the whole shape is like this to match the angle of the button itself. Not saying that it needs to have like a rotation, but getting some sort of a skew to match the button itself would have been a bit of a closer to realism to these icons that we used to have, and the Walkman icons on physical things. But again, it's like such a small detail that doesn't change anything. So yeah, they have done other thing that is like debatable, including the fact that the highlight on the edge within the screen is very pronounced. That is good, but they have it almost as much pronounced here, which is technically not a thing that can happen because the screen is recessed, so it doesn't really emit light as strong. And right now it is very, very strong here with these buttons that are supposed to be recessed. So the bevel of the button itself is getting the highlight of colors, which is physically not possible. So I don't know how they managed to do that, but nonetheless, um, this is just me nitpicking, so don't worry about it. But yeah, it is pretty cool. They have done a very good job on this, and we do like it. Um, Benny's update is also pretty linked to this, which we need to talk about at some point. And then we have seen this pop in, which I think is going to be really useful for a lot of people. Um, Branding is something that is very complex for a lot of devs slash designers anyways, and therefore having a website that contains basically all of the branding that WeGrow has been doing, plus other things, is going to be useful as reference based. So if you are like just looking for a reference on animation, referenced on how they are creating mockups or what mockups they are using to present the brand in question, so that you can have like that vibe of, oh yeah, this is a real thing, this was a real project, this was a real thing that has been taken. As always, using mockups is going to be really useful, but this is really good. They've done a pretty good job. Some of these things are debatable, like this is never going to happen. You pull out the card once and then you can't put it back up or back in because you hit this point every time. So this needs to be rounded a bit. Same here and here. And also the cutout would be so expensive to get like custom code cutout for business card sleeves feels a bit much, but yeah, sometimes why not? But nonetheless, they've done a very good job. There is a ton of things that are probably AI generated. Um, I don't know if this one is, but there has been a lot of other tools that have been coming up with generation of false mockup or true mockups through AI, which I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of because of how the branding that is generated is a reproduction of the branding that you have created, and therefore there are some mistakes and or differences in the design itself, which implies that the thing that is AI generated is not the true branding that you wanted to have. But in order to get the vibe, then it would work. There's been like a lot of other things like this, for example, that have been floating around on Twitter for the past few days. They basically showcase that people can create foiled based stickers, if that makes sense. I don't know if foil based makes any sense in the naming. I do have them. I didn't save them because I don't think they are like worth a save. But a lot of people have been doing these, and they look better than last year for sure. But also, I don't know if this is the type of vibes that you want to go for. Um, and as I've mentioned, and Stony has mentioned as well, a foiled or an holographic foil sticker background is not holographic. So the front is, but the back is usually white, and therefore this is kind of weird. But you know, nonetheless, so a lot of people have been doing this, which is pretty interesting and fun. But rebrand or branding.com is a pretty good resource if you are looking for rebranding of your own projects. I would recommend it. So yeah, I think that's most of it. The other points are like very alternative stuff. So what we're doing with Stony for Noms is an admin panel for your streams and all the streams that you are managing. And then Thierry is doing some. I thought they were doing something that was like mostly um, widget based for the thing that the team on their side is doing. But right now, it seems that they want to create a platform in which streamers can use widgets and creators of widgets can provide widgets and potentially sell them. So this is a very interesting thing. We'll see when it comes out. So for now, we don't have anything. Um, what it is potential, and it's probably going to be pretty good. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see when it happens. I don't know if the widget.hub is there already. It is. It's just like not available. So to keep an eye on that as always, because it's stuff for streamers, therefore we like it. But yeah, we'll see if that works. We'll see if we have like other things that are useful. I'm gonna put that into the design resources for now. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, overall, that's most of the things. So waiting for Stony to give me like a bit of a feedback loop on what is supposed to happen, if it's working, if it's good. If it is good, then we can move on to get the output to everyone. If that's not the case, then I don't know. Then I don't. I also think that if I'm not mistaken, Stony has been regressing to Claude 5x instead of 20x for the plan this week. So I don't know how much he can do on this, which is kind of bad. Because we need some content there. But nonetheless, we have, as mentioned, we have most of the icons that we need to have there. We have most of the components that we need as a basic element of our controls are gonna be available. And the only thing that I kind of want to add is the potential for like more fun and potentially some branding assets. So maybe we can create that today. Um, I guess. So in here, I have a feeling that I want some brush. If we can find some brush texture or some brush things that are well made, this might help us to create some textures here and there. Like this one is pretty good. As far as I remember, this one is probably an image. These arrows are not good. Yeah. Not a lot of things here. I do have one, but the color here and the illustration that they have used looks like atomic. And I don't know if this is, I wouldn't say legal, but like that's legal. Nonetheless, the illustration that they have are not necessarily good. This might be the only thing that we take from this with that one. If we took this, therefore I don't know if it's worth it. The face is cute though, so that could be something. Check that in there, just for texture's sake. Unsure. Don't think it would be beneficial for anything anyways, so maybe not. Maybe not. This one looks similar. These are cleaner, but they are like potentially too clean. we do want the destroyed paint thing. The thing that I know, based on the project that we've done with White Panther, is if we have too much nodes in an SVG, specifically in a brush type SVG, Figma just doesn't want to cooperate anymore. So having something that has been like kind of stripped down to more vectorized based, simplified is useful, but also it looks like shit. So I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this. It's the type of illustration thing that you need to keep at a distance to make it work. Otherwise, this just like looks like, well, it looks like that, and that's really bad. That yeah, that's not gonna go through. Like this is cleaner in the rendering, but it's also like not uh not necessarily gonna be a good output. It has like that kind of clean edges situation, but you also have these things that's a lot of dots. I know from experience that these teeny tiny holes are destroying performance, right, for no reason. So here we are. We are in that realm. So I guess I could reuse the exports that I've done here. In I think page 3 is the place where I've done page 2. It is. Because these are from the base of uh, atomic marker thing as a font. So this is useful. These are less useful than expected. This one's closer, but um, so the goal for this for me is to potentially get and use these because they are like cleaned up, but they are also kind of gritty, and we have the textures and the things, and it is a font. So if we load the font alone, it doesn't break as much as if you outline this. So that's one of the reason. Um, we'll see if there are something that we can reuse. As I've mentioned before, like this one is the easy, like these two are the easy thing to put inside of the app icon representation. As if I just do this, for example, and I make sure that it's like much bigger and it's just like in the background, this helps. Uh, it does help, I guess. If you get that in the background of your app icon, you end up with something that is pretty clean, I think. Um, and you can play with the colors, you can play with the gradients and stuff. And then on top of that, as mentioned, you can also have other effects that are going to be applied on top of it. So something like the halftone or something like the obviously I add the halftone. This is just like not working on this. The dithering effect could gives us something that is like more fun, more interesting. I don't know. Do we check? Maybe it's on the frame itself that I need to do that. I really have a hard time with with these things. Somehow, it just doesn't behave as expected. But mainly just this, the shaders in Figma are weird to me. They just like don't do what I'm expecting them to do. I guess right now it's mostly because it's on top of a font that is a vector thing, so it's kind of weird. Um, that is goddamn. This thing is pissing me off every time. Like I have components that have been made within that current file, and I right now I need to add a component from the current file, but it's just like it doesn't show up as the element in the list. This is really bad. Good morning, Stony. How are you? How's everything? That could work. Probably if we went more acid than this, as mentioned. Also, I don't know why I'm still back at it. Um, because that's not how it's supposed to go. That is a bit of a peppermint thing. Um, yeah, sleepy as well. Sleepy as well. I do still need some help from you on this, as I've mentioned at the beginning of the stream. Um, I did say I would love for you to check the latest version, and then you just say that you just woke up, and then you send me a screenshot of shit. But I haven't seen a bit of a review of the code thingy, so I don't know. Which, by the way, you would be surprised that the latest version contains a theme ability, so that now you have the ability to say, well, I use purple, and everything is going to be purple. And if you just want to change state, it's going to change it. So that's it's a useful thing. I had the plan of making it themable. I just, for some reason, the code was not in place. I had the top level things, like basically from what Claude said, which is based on the past few months of working on this. Um, we had the theme within the comments in the code files. So it was planned, and then every colors were basically hard coded with the tokens of the colors themselves. So it was teal for everything when the code comments were saying accent dash nine, and it was using teal dash nine instead, and it made no sense. So it was planned, it was in there, it was supposed to happen, but now it's in there and it's working, and it's good. It works in both light and dark mode. Obviously, the arc implementation is shit. It is absolute trash. So the theme switching is breaking, but it does work. and therefore we're good. So that's a good system. The icon section has been revamped a bit, where now my headers are basically static. So they stay in place so that you can still navigate through docs, which wasn't the case earlier. And you can also from here most like again select all the things that you want to select. If you want to select multiple things, it is pretty cool. It's working. And then in the docs, we do have the theming section. So that is good. Um, Also, hated work on it. Um, it's working, so that's a good system. I like it. I like it. So that's in place. That has been sent, and it passes everything. You believe that? Everything went through. God dang. So yeah, so if you have the time, Estonia, I would love for a review, because that's basically the last step. If you tell me everything looks good, if you tell me that on paper, based on the build script, based on the other thing that I've put in place, it it it, it seems viable, then the 0.0.2 alpha.1 is going to be released on NPM, and after that, it's kind of stuck with that. So yeah, to be checked. But that's a good update so far. So yeah, that's the last step. So it is mom, but with multiple O's, and it's just like an elongation of the mom. I don't think I have these anymore. I think they got away in in an update. Let me check. Uh yeah, they got away. So
Mom?
that's one of them.
Mom? Mom! Ma!
Officially, these are the sound that
Ma!
we want to have. This is a bit of a random thing.
Mom!
Um, but it is, yeah, mom, basically. It doesn't stand for anything other than it's the mother of all UI kits, and therefore it's the one that you come back to when you are in doubt. That was the plan. That was the plan. Um, so it's just like a little pun. It's a little pun, nonetheless. I still like this, but I also don't. Maybe inverting it would make more sense. No! Sorry. Ah, I see that's not showing up now. Yeah, that's showing up. I don't know. In the other things also that we had done earlier that I removed, we had the teeth be gray instead of being black. Um, I like both options. I feel like the teeth being gray is a pretty good detail, but it's also like at the size at which we are going to see the logo itself slash this icon. I don't know if that's a thing that makes a lot of sense. Nonetheless, I don't want to work on the logo itself yet. I'm mostly interested in the rest of the marketing materials slash rendering for things, because we want something that stands out. And I still want to take some things from here or here for the backgrounds and the effects. I'm probably just gonna copy paste shit like this, and then remove everything that is in there because it doesn't make any sense for us to keep what. God damn it. That is kind of a vibe that I want to have here. And these things, if I'm not mistaken, they just take the texture, which is good. But yeah, this one is a bit too strong. I don't like this. I don't like the transition that we have in between these three. Um, like this is cleaner, but I want it to be greener, but not like this one. And right now they are very much proper shapes. I don't like that. Don't like that. I feel like this would make a lot more sense if we had weird things and blobs rather than perfect circles. Does that make sense? I don't know. Phil's came in and then he's probably just lucky, which is appreciated as always. It's the weekend. It's the weekend. So yeah, on the thing that I have saved, kinda, um, there are some stuff that are very much like not the vibe that I want to go for because it's too clean, but also I don't know if I can achieve the vibe that I want to go for inside of Figma, which is the thing that I was saying a second ago. Or at least not directly. So that's the part that I don't necessarily know feasibility wise if we have everything that we want to do in there. So yeah. Probably. But yeah, like these one that we talked about last time, I I like them a lot. I know how that could be created, kind of. Um, but it feels like a more complex set of things that I don't know if we have the option. I know that sounds so vague because it is so vague. But basically, the system that they have is that they have created some shit like this that then each of these are getting an effect, and the effect is one of the shaders, and it's the halftone shaders. But I don't really know how Figma expect us to work on these because we can't have transitional shaders. Uh, and I don't, yeah, I really don't know how this is supposed to work. Like that's the thing. It has a background that is not supposed to be in there. And as mentioned, it would be easier for me to work on that in Illustrator, but because I don't have access to Illustrator, it is harder to do all of the thing that I have in my head. And also I haven't worked with Illustrator in like 10 years, 12. I think 12. Um, yeah, it's that plus also in order to make it work and in order to get like the effect that I kind of want to have, and even then I don't think it's going to work. But if I go into pure black and then I add an effect, and that effect is the layer blur effect, which is I'm going to put it 100 so that it's like diffuse and so on. Adding the halftone on top of that is still going to be under the layer blur. So it's basically just creating the halftone with the white background, which is not good. And then it's adding the layer blur on top, which is not what we want to have. Because right now, what I would love to see is the transition between the two in a way that makes sense. And that is not an option. So the only thing that I can potentially do here is play with the inner content. So if I go with these, for example, like let's place that on top, and then I'm adding a pure black element that is on top that is using a radial shader, and that radial shader outputs right there, for example, is at the 0. Then, because it is within the shape itself, it's going to take the halftone, and that is probably going to work. Like if I get this with the diffusion, then on top of this, adding the effect of halftone as a shader is gonna work. But you can still see that I have like not like it's a fix which is not a fix. It works, but it's like not how things are supposed to be. So yeah, I don't know. Um, I'll I'll probably figure it out at some point on how to make this shit work and do the effect that we want to have. But it is roughly going to end up right there. Like that's kind of the idea that we want. With different shape, different placement, but still getting the other halftone as an overlaying element. But therefore, this is not going to be the easiest thing to put in place just because of how things are. So I don't know yet. I'll figure it out. But it is uh, not easy to decide exactly how this thing is going to work. and how the shaders in Figma are supposed to be working on their own. So that's to achieve this basically. Right, you have one in the center followed by a white one that is the exposed one. You have then a pink, then you have red that is just the rims, and then you have black on the edges, which means that it does work. I would have the ability to create something like this, but yeah. Um, so we'll see. We will see. What is that component overview shit? Um, mm-hmm. That's cute. That is cute as fuck. Not that it's, you know, good or bad. It's this is really useful to know what is currently in the view. Um, did you just use the entirety of my code base to base your component out of this? Is that what you've done? It's not. There are some things that are interesting in there. I know. I know. I'm kind of sad that you renamed everything NM for like No Mercy Radio, No Mercy Button, No Mercy Model, and not NM dash. You know, like I don't know why, but my brain would be like, okay, cool. I understand that the prefix is just NM dash, and I can read anything that is after the dash to make sense because like right here, NMM and NMMM and NM model, NMMM. Yeah, my brain would have a very hard time with these. Not that I care, but yeah, just the dash would help in some situations. Um, Nonetheless, the as mentioned before, and the thing that you have explained of what is taking Chifazo, what on it? How are you? How was your weekend? We'll see if you're gonna land. Maybe you are. Maybe not. um, yeah, it's pretty useful. I do like the fact that you use the code base to create your own variations because it means that the code base that I have so far is good enough to uh, do so. Uh, right? And it means that you ended up with something that is like pretty good with what we have in the existing code base. So I do like this. Um, and yes, as I've made myself very clear on these every time that I've built like a UI kit on Figma or anywhere else, it it is the most Figma thing basically. It's just you want to make sure that you create like you create a component that is a component that can take things as slots and or bricks. So you don't like inline the SVGs or the text or the whatever. It's just does this button brick take a brick for an icon, a text, and another icon? Yes. Cool. Does it not have a right icon? Cool. Yes. What are the changes? Like, what is the visual change that needs to happen. Like, for example, here we have a bit of an issue because officially we are 28 on both sides, which is not something that we want to have. So there are some rules that I need to put in place that right now I haven't, but that are planned in the Mom You Like It to be like in there if I can. Like if only icon on the left, then spacing change from 28 on both sides to 1828. Like that's the actual thing. But if the icon is only on the right, then it's 2818. And if the icons don't exist, then it's 2828. Or if there is no icons on this, then we just end up with 2828 and we have a pre proper button placement, alignment, and so on. But these rules are based on each sizes, and so it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to define the rules and then also put them in the component themselves to be followed by the system. I don't know exactly how to do that, so we'll see. Um, we'll see when that happens. Um, but then, and that's why I need your feedback on the code base and how it works and how it will work in the future, because that is something that I don't know. Um, how is going or how is the updatability going to affect you specifically? Right now, I have a feeling that if I make a change to the Mom UI kit, you don't really give a shit because you are past that point. Now, like you have duplicated the entire thing and you are not plugged with the NPM package, obviously, because you got access through the code bases and not through the NPM package. But how would that affect someone that is going through the NPM package if I make an update and then they just update the latest version? Is it just bumping everything and sometimes we have breaking changes, which is not the point? Or, like that type of thing is all the stuff that I need to figure out. And I think this is going to be the figuring out in the alpha section, not necessarily through. That is brutal. I'll switch. Necessarily through the finished product, but yeah, that's the sheet that I want to ensure I understand. I'm really liking this fucking navigation section. Did you use like a boilerplate thing for this, or is this just like a cloud template for documentation that they have? I'm intrigued now. I have questions. I have questions. Um, but nonetheless, very very simple bricks/Lego system is the easiest. Um, we want to ensure that every time, um, if I add something, it doesn't break anything else, and if I remove something, it doesn't break anything else, visually speaking. And again, this is the reason why the UI kit is a CSS-based system and nothing else. No, I mean, there is a behavior section, but but yeah, I need to put on the rules in there to make it make sense. Um, I see. That's interesting. That is interesting. Nonetheless. Nonetheless. So yeah, I'm basically just waiting on you. I see, indeed. Indeed. Uh-huh. That's a question for Stony. That is for later. I like this shit. The ADHD took over for 1 second. I got hacked within. It was shiny. It's shiny. Um, no, this is pretty cool. This is really cool. There are some things in there that you don't have on your end of the documentation that I think you should potentially steal as well, but that's a for later thing. Um, which also means and shows me that there are some issues with my own documentations for many reasons. So yeah, that's not necessarily good. Not necessarily good. Um, maybe that sidebar needs to be bigger. These alignments are wrong, specifically at the bottom. So yeah. I forgot it was. I always forget it was your Call of Duty name tag, clan tag thing. Hmm. That's very much an alpha. I can't ship that. I can't ship that. It is working though. That's the good part. I like my inspector. It's a good thing. Oh yeah, by the way, this stuff that I have put in place, which doesn't look like much, but is in there. I've added the teeny tiny stars on the right side of all of the components that are going to be included in the pro tier, but therefore are not available in the free tier, so that at least the people that are just scrolling through the code base would have a bit of an idea of how much more content they would get if they get the pro tier, which basically the code for the free tier is only the basics. I don't want to bother with the rest. So it is roughly the same thing that I've done here for your components, Stony, even though I know you are probably just getting coffee, which means getting the buttons, the badges, the toggles and things, and tooltips and inputs, because these are the base elements that we need for any interfaces anyways. But anything else like uh, the date picker or segmented controls and so on, uh, I see, uh, is not going to be something that you get in the free tier of the MOM UI kit. So that's in the code. In the Figma file, you basically get the entire thing. I was lazy in chopping off stuff and removing shit from the file itself. So yeah, if you get the free tier, you get mainly everything, which is kind of bad. Um, but yeah, Figma is changing things all the times. Um, that makes no sense to me. But yeah, anything that is in there, you get everything. This is a 3 years old content now. I need to figure it out. Does that work? That doesn't work. God damn it. All of these are the icons that you get officially in the free tier. In reality, if you just download the free tier dev things, you get all of these icons for free. So this is like bad. The free tier that is currently in Figma needs a drastic update for the content that it really gets. Because right now, well, that's not that's not what it used to look like. So yeah, I'm gonna need to figure it out and probably just redo that file again. At least, nonetheless, if you haven't created your own Figma profile, I would highly recommend it. You can get a cat. That's the only reason you should get your Figma profile running. You can get a cat. No other reasons. No other reasons. Anyways, I don't think you need more components, by the way, Stony, for you in noms. As far as I have done the pass on all of the pages that we have here, we don't have a lot of uh, other components that are necessary. Like the only one that I haven't fleshed out is the segmented control that you have in multiple places, which is also tabs. But that's it. Um, and I don't think I can do more components for the Mom UI kit in the Pro version. The Pro version does, I mean, already has most of the component that we need. Um, so you know, it's. I think we are pretty good. So in the core components, for example, we don't have an accordion because that makes absolutely no sense. We do have the alerts that has everything that we need. We have the avatars, we have the badges, we have the buttons. Buttons are good so far. The breadcrumbs is in there, so we do have it. The calendar, we have it, which is basically the date picker, not necessarily the calendar, but it is the date picker. It works the same way. We have cards, but cards are the simple, very simple cards. Carousel is a very simple carousel. Checkbox, dividers, drop down, which are selects, the same thing. Icons is a bit more complex because we have 6,000 icons, so obviously we have a ton of them. And then we have images, which is just images container, not image as a whole. Link is a button. List is it depends. I don't know what we can do with the list. The list can be just a list. It's a list of whatever. Loading indicator is an icon. The model is an icon. The pagination is already in there. Progress bar is in there. Input is in there. Selectors in there. Skeleton are in there. Switches are in there. Tabs as well. Text is a text field, so that's the same shit. Toast is in there with alerts. Tooltips are in there as well. So basically, we have 99% of these, and mainly because I have renamed some and I have combined some of them. So it is done. We do have colors, layouts, typography, elevations. We don't have motion because there is no actual motion system. There are some animated things in the transitions, but that's about it. Icon is there. We do have file upload. It's you know what? Why am I opening this? It's right there. Ah, that's using the wrong color. Uh, Um, it is there, and if I'm not mistaken, it does the job. Like it's supposed to get D's as well. So that's uh that's in there, which I'm guessing, and I'm looking at the color scheme. That thing should have taken the color scheme, but I'm guessing this is hard coded based on values from earlier. So that's the thing that I need to change. Harvest state as well. But yeah, take your time with coffee. So that's good. So far, it works. The only one that I haven't really worked on is the date picker. I think this is mostly, if not very close to the existing base system, um, like base native picker. I don't know if that's like a thing that would make sense, but yeah, Maddie, welcome on in. How are you? Have a good luck. Have a good luck today. I appreciate. I appreciate. I can't really use these. These makes no sense. So yeah, that is one of them that needs like a bit more love before release, but still, it's fine. It's fine. Um, yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Interesting. The slowness of the transition is pissing me off. And I have verified that this is only due to Arc being a bitch, and that is so sad. Is so sad. Uh, Safari is doing its job as it should. And we have a nice transition in between the things compared to blocks of things that are just getting updated or not updated depending. It's just yeah, I don't know. Nonetheless, this is working. This is working, so I do like it. So yeah, I I'll need that. So um I'm guessing the question about file upload from Stony before the coffee run was also regarding here. We do have potential need for file upload things there in assets. I have a feeling that uploading an asset there would require or give us something that is half necessary. So I may have to um, play with that and see if it does something, which apparently it doesn't. Damn. All right. Have failed to fetch on this, which is good. It happens. It happens. We don't care. I mean, we do care, but we don't care. We don't care. Um, mm, that's not a drop zone. And I fucked it up. Yeah. Oh, what happened? Did that happen again? No, we could. Okay. I was scared for a second. Um, I don't know if we need like a drop zone here. I don't think that makes sense. Um, I know you're not working on it, so asking makes no sense, but I'm still gonna ask. Um, the the thing that I would love to see is an importer. I would love to have the ability, specifically, I'm thinking about cat on that example because I know that cat does have a lot of other things that I don't use, like the quotes and so on. I would love to see a bit of an integration slash importer thing that allows you um, to just get or extract everything that you already have saved in Stream Element. That would be such a useful thing. From what I've seen so far, when people have been saying that Stream Element was about to die, they have created small add-ons slash JavaScript injections scripts that gives you access to an exporter E. But yeah, um, I don't think Stony is aware of revenue cache sheepethon. That I don't think anyone is aware uh, about revenue cat stuff in this chat. Like there is not a lot of people that know that it exists. So it's a sheepathon, yes. It's not ship, not shipathon. The sheep, the sheepathon. Um, but Revenue Cat is a platform that helps you grow your business officially, where you basically include billing inside of your system, and they take a cut on everything. Um, and that's basically their systems. Um, but I don't know. I I don't like it for some reason. There's something about it that feels weird to me. Nonetheless, they are currently having an event like they do every 6 months, and it's basically giving you the ability to earn some money. I think the top prize is 100K. Is it? I forgot. But basically, the only thing that you need to do is talk about it and say that you are implement revenue CAD as your revenue model. So any revenue is going through them instead of going through Apple, for example, which is interesting, but also not great. And I don't know. I have a weird feeling about it. Um, I don't have all of the information that I need to have in order to act more knowledgeable. Um, so yeah, nonetheless, if you are someone that is like just trying to put in place payment system within your apps and have some subscription system and other payment system within your projects, Revenue Cat is a really useful system. It looks really nice. It is optimized for like app stores, optimized for conversion and so on. And it also has a pretty low fee. And that's why we like it. But also, I don't know. It's just yeah, it's just like as long as you register for the thing and you prove that Revenue Cat is in the app slash project, that you get a bit of money. That's the prizes, by the way. But then again, there is like 11,000 participants right now that have registered. You have until October 1st to show something that is that has integrated Revenue Cat in it. And then like yeah. Righty, we're going in. How are you? How's the day going? How was the weekend? So all of that is interesting. If you're someone that is building something, it costs nothing to integrate Revenue Cat into the app like today, and then uh and then to potentially win and then remove it. Like nothing stops you from doing so. Um, but yeah, still, it's eh, eh. It's always an option. Um, you don't know if they won't win. You don't know. We never know. We never know. We never know. And it's not necessarily like butchering your software. It's mostly just integrating a third-party payment system. So if you already had the plan to get some payment in, then getting Revenue Cat in is as easy as what you had in mind in the first place. The good thing again is that they don't take a lot of money. Like they take 1% after 250K that you have made. So it's it's a bit of an easy sale. So you make 250K and then after that, every transaction they take 1%, which I think is very cheap compared to the rest of the market that is taking 15 to 30% most of the times. Twitch is taking 50%. So, it's like one of the cheaper option. It bypasses Apple. I think Apple's 30% cut that they are taking. So Apple doesn't like it as much. And that's one of the reasons why I have a bit of a iffy feeling about it. But, you know, yeah. Just hard paywall. The first screen is please pay now. And yeah, you know what? I'm almost certain that if you wanted to, you create an app called OneCoin that provides not much, but cost like 1 coin. So €1, $1, 1 yen is very, very cheap, but like potentially like just 1 coin and that's it. Um, and then it's just hard paywall, and then inside there is almost nothing. It's just like, oh, you got 1 coin, you got the one piece, and that's it. It could make banks. It could make banks. Just say, I'm just saying. Not the best. Nonetheless, I'm still, Stony, I still think that most of the thing that we have already done, we have the icons for everything that we need. We have, the only one that I don't have, I haven't placed is this, where I think if we get the chevron down here, that's the chevron that we want to have. It's going to be the same thing anyway, so that's the easiest spot. I can put the second one right there. You know, for presentation shake, we have everything. Icons are good. Proper icon for the plugs. Um, I think that's a pretty good system. I think. Uh, but yeah, I don't think we have another missing components. File upload might be the only one. There will be specific components that we need to create later, but I feel like it would be easier to create them directly in code rather than having them in Figma, just for consistency's sake. And the one that I have in mind is if you at some point get something along the line of the emotes management, I don't know if that's an option. I doubt it, but we never know. There will be a need for like a drop zone, a crop, and all of these things that are going to be like a lot more complex than the basics, but it is simply a drop zone container. So the only, yeah, but maybe like an emote creation system where you can put on a file like that you have that you can animate like their automatic animation on Twitch, for example, and export as a video, a GIF, whatever, and you can upload that on Twitch sides. Could work, but yeah, no, I know that you can't manage uh existing and or new emotes through API, which is kind of sad. But yeah, I'm gonna do that now and hope that I don't forget that I did that. Oh, by the way, yesterday I finally finished the Daredevil Born Again and the Punisher last kill episode. I was really disappointed by the Punisher one. Um, but Daredevil was pretty good as expected. Just the last two episodes were like debatable. So yeah. Yeah, I know that sometimes this is not working as well as it should. Um, it's I haven't logged in and I haven't checked what I have in there. Um, but it's basically just giving you a discount. So if Trinidad is like a big ass discount compared to any other places, maybe use it. I don't know. Compared to where you're supposed to be. If it works, you know, it's a good thing. It's all beneficial to you. But yeah, no, I like this as a system to get like proper payment system. I don't know about the 20% plus. That feels like a weird thing. I don't think this is uh something that would work. I probably need to just log in and check because I haven't logged in on this since I think 2023. So yeah. Um, Let me check. Yeah. Uh-huh. uh, okay. That is bad. Apparently, I have something that is supposed to be linked that isn't linked. So, well, it's gonna go up in price. So I don't know you. Basically, when the code is dropping, the price is going up. But if you get it before, you will get the price that you paid, and you would get the code stuff updated with it. So, um, okay, that is for later. Why is this shit not working though? That's my question. That I know everything is blurred and this is not. This is probably not gonna work. Oh my god, I forgot about that. And I enabled 2FA for security reasons, obviously, and now I just need the fucking two codes every time. That's the point. I know. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. That's the reason. Can I do that? Can I do 30? Can I do 20, 30? That would be appreciated. Yeah. Cool. That might work now. This is plugged in. This was created in the 25th. It's supposed to be good. Yeah. Apparently the French are getting a 20% discount, which I don't like. I feel like this is bad. But also it's nice to remind everyone in France that they are a sub country anyways. So that's a good thing. That's always appreciated. Let me do that. And that. Okay. Apparently the API key that I had, that was the Lemon Squeezy API key for the parity deal, had expired in 2024, and therefore there may have been some issues with the discounts that we're going through. So that's now fixed. Wasn't planning on fixing it today, but it is now fixed. So and mainly because I didn't know it was broken. Um, so that's a good system. Um, yeah, but yeah, also this is not re-enabled in my new website that I'm planning on getting out at some point soon. So yeah, I will need to put it somewhere. I mean, technically the banner is bannering at the top of the website anyways, but just I need to figure out if it works with the rest of the view and the design itself to ensure that I like it. It's the system. It's the system. That is not what I call the quick question. How do you handle the naming convention for typography values such as font size on the semantic level? Do you name the size like H1, H2, H3, even though they aren't on the component level? And an H2 could get the H4 size in the design. Do you do something like H100, H200? None of these. So I I went for a long time with t-shirt size font naming just because it is easier to remember in a way. And also it is some sort of a convention for like Tailwind and Radix and Shatsi and so on. They have like a very common system of base is my base font at 16, like at 1 rem, 16 point. That makes sense. And then it's just a matter of uh, font weight. So it's base font weight. So base 400, base 500, and so on is going to be the system. And then I have my minimal fonts, which is XS, and the above that, which is like SM. And then anything else above is just like t-shirt size, which is not the best option, but it works. Um, and this is because it's an abstraction level that kind of makes sense for most designers and most devs. Most devs are aware of t-shirt sizing for most of the things, and most designers don't take a long time to figure out how it works. However, in the past, I used to do naming based on sizes because it makes a lot more sense. And saying that this is not like a base font, but it's a 16-point font. It's just like, cool, that's it. Like that component uses 16 point. You can't really fuck it up. Like it's either you can read and you can type 16 or 1 rem in your software code, whatever, or you can't read and therefore we have bigger issues than you fucking up the font. Whereas here, if you don't really know what LG is supposed to be or when Excel is supposed to be used, I don't blame you. So that was the initial thing. However, in reality, I don't necessarily like use them. Um, but I do have like my text SM semi-bold, which is like basically 14 with a 20 line height, makes sense for these buttons specifically. But then if you go into the bigger one, you are going into text base semi-bold as well because it's like it's 1624. So it I did my best to ensure that we are using the variables for the fonts, but it's not like it doesn't make a lot of sense either. Um, so yeah, 2XS is very, very small. Um, and 24XL is massive. But why not? um, so the t-shirt size for you is not adapted because technically t-shirt size already. Like I'm going to 7XL if I'm not mistaken. This is too much. Like if you get a t-shirt even in the US, you don't get a 7XL. You may get like a 4XL as a max size, maybe a 6XL in some things, but I doubt you will find a physical t-shirt that is named 7XL. It probably exists, but I also doubt that you will find one that is like 24XL. So you would probably get like a better output with real numbers and scale and using that as a system because it's just like that makes sense. So for our system here where we have if you reused the spacing system instead of the font system with the same ID in the background and getting like your probably one being your base RAM, one equal one, then you have something like your 2XL, 2XS. Underneath potentially at like 0.75, 0.5, 0.25 could be a thing. But if you got like the same system, which is just like number based, and it's just like 10 is equal to value, then that might make more sense because that means your 24XL minus or plus large, medium, base, XS, 2XS. That's like plus 5. So you have like 29/30 values in total. So it's just 30 points. And it's font size -1, font size -2. And that might be easier. It's not as descriptive, and that's one of the things that I don't necessarily like. The other thing that is potentially useful and potentially better is to define your font sizes variables as their values themselves and then reuse them with a token. So that would mean that within my that's a weird system. Within uh my variable elements, for example, I don't think I have something for the components. Let me see if I can do that. Yeah, I don't have anything in there. But like if you had something that was saying the font is in here. So my button font, for example, which I think is, I could get into the inputs, that's the same thing. You would get the name of the font as in input dash font, and then it's using your number based variable instead. So you have the abstraction of your sizes, and that would help. So you get a token for. Why am I going so far away? I'm just so not used to this. You get a token for the font. So that, for example, would be my button is my button small. So this would be button dash font dash small. And that's the font that is here. So instead of using my text small slash semi-bold, it's just that's the token that is used because that is what needs to happen. However, by doing so, you end up with all of the variations that are necessary, meaning that this is hover if there is a variation, active slash clicked, potentially disabled. And so you would end up with a ton of tokens. So that's I don't know. I don't know. And Stony, yes, in the past run here, I had to stop it 5 times because of how dumb it became. So I don't know what they have done, but they may have done something in on their end. I don't know. Um, it's it was bad. This morning was really bad on the Monday. That I don't know what happened, but something happened. So that's the that's another potential, Ethan, in order to get your font sizes tokens slash naming convention. But the best for me, the best system is just using the actual value, just because it makes sense. Like, I would rather have my dev see something that says um, one rem dash um, SB for semi-bold, and like there's no question. It's just like if you can't read this, then you have issues. And if it's like the tokens that is used for this, then that makes sense. So you would have your one rem with potentially like five variations. You would have uh the regular, maybe semi-bold or medium, depending on what you have. Maybe you just have the bold, and maybe you have the BL for black. I don't know what you want to have, but like that is an easier system for anyone, specifically because you can remove these dashes at the end and just say, well, we are currently using that, and the decoration is semi-bold. So it's like font size 1 rem, cool. Decoration semi-bold, cool. Which decoration makes not a lot of sense, but it does. Let me read that though. I set my font size in a way that when in SM viewport mobile, the font size ratio between font is set to 1.2, which is always locked throughout the viewport. Body text and anything that is smaller, like label, heading starts at minute thirds ratio at semi-bold, or that's small. Then switch to ratio of major thirds. I see. You are doing like multiple scales based on sizes. Um, that's complex. That is complex. Um, uh, and you are not switching your scales. I see. Um, it is good though. um, I know you have issues with the naming. I would recommend naming based on the sizing and line height and letter spacing that you're using, because it is like, based on what you just explained, if I ask you a question about what font are you using, you would be able to answer me because you know. But someone that is new to the company or new to the project might not be able to, because 2XL, 11XL doesn't mean shit to them. Whereas if it was written as 56 points slash, I don't know how much that is in rems, with like X amount of rems, or dash X amount of rems, and that's the name of the font tokens, then there is no questions. It's just like, yeah, I'm using the 56, or I'm using the 24 rems. Um, it kind of does, but there is we've had that discussion many times on this stream. There has been a debate about the abstraction levels of primitives. So getting your primitives to be like the thing that we have in colors, for example, with I'm not naming my colors with their X codes. I'm naming them with their values based on the system of color that I'm using. So 1, 2, 3 to 12 is my primitives names, kinda. And it doesn't mean shit. It just means tomato in solid in 1 is going to be the darkest option, and in 12 is going to be the lightest option in dark mode, and then quite the opposite in light mode. But it's not making a lot of sense for a lot of people. Whereas if you had something that was named um, like with the X code in question, only designers would be able to read it, and even designers would not necessarily know exactly what color it is. Um, so Tailwind convention, or this one is a Radix convention, is easier for everyone because you, as a designer, you know that in light mode, the one gas phase, what on the 1 is the lightest and the 12 is the darkest, and in dark mode is the opposite. So the 1 is the darkest and the 12 is the lightest. That makes sense, and it's something the designers have a very easier time to wrap their head around compared to the devs to go through a different naming convention. So right now, with your 24XL font sizes, I don't think it is beneficial for you to get 24XL instead of getting 960 points. Like if you just wrote font 960, yeah, I get it. I know what it is. It makes sense. Like from a dev point of view, it makes sense. From a designer point of view, it makes sense. From an external point of view, like if you are to share the design system with the marketing teams, it makes sense. Like it's just like the font is 960. You just put it at 960. That's it. And it is a primitive naming, as you just mentioned, but also its fonts and typography is a primitive in the UI. The only thing that is not a primitive in your UI is when you are reusing a color through the system. So if I go back to my checkbox or the buttons that we were on earlier today, um, like I think I do have them. I just forget where the fuck they are. But like here, I have my like button primary content, which is the typography is going to be white all the times. There is no questions. The border is going to take my accent, meaning that the accent solid 3 is going to switch when we go um, into light mode, because we don't want it to be dark, but we don't want it to be too light either. Like 3 might have been too, well, too light in some sense. So yeah, the bot is having a very hard time with the fox. It's basically the reason why it has it is it right, because I can't speak. That's the first thing. But also there is the fan that's blowing air to my computer, and this is right in the way of the air, and then the AC is running on, and all of that is like too much to pick things up. It's officially running through NVIDIA Studio with the noise suppression, but because this mic is shit, I can't figure it out. So that's the reason. That is the reason. But if you noticed that it did it, you can type exclamation mark fuck, and it will count it up. You can do a ton of others as well if you want to. If you figure out that I said this, you can say that. If you figure out that I say this, you can also do that. Um, It we have a ton of options. We don't discriminate around here. But these ones are not like automated because they are not like recognized through the system, which is kind of sad. Which is kind of sad. But you can do that manually if you want to. Um, nah, I mean you've seen this the fuck count. I I can't have a swear jar. This is not an option. I'd be rich, which is good, but goddamn. With the transcript, right? Yeah, it could work. It could work. But yeah, nonetheless, Ethan, that's the thing that I could say that the font itself is a primitive, and therefore using primitive naming makes sense. Um, there has been so many like discussions and debates about Figma token namings, um, and like so many of us have created things that are similar to this. I have one as well. Um, like this makes no sense to me, but this would be your primitive, and then this is a first layer of abstraction, and then when it's used, so I don't know. To me, it's mostly what is gonna be the best for the usage, and it's just it just needs to work for you. It just needs it, and works for the rest of the team that is going to use it. So the one that I have um, here, which we talked about, I think, which I think is either in the middle or I forgot where I put that. Well, I did not put that on Twitter. That's the thing. God damn it. Always. Always when I'm looking for shit. Um it's like mostly. Oh no, that's my likes. Sorry, my bad. Force of habit. Oh yeah, a lot more than this. It's soonish, I think. I think we disclose viable somewhere around here. Right exactly right there. Right there. So this was the system that I put in place when viables came up. I mean, came up with, not really, but like put in place, kind of not really. Of having my element followed by property followed by variant, option, state, and feedback if necessary, so that this would have been like my token situation things for naming tokens within the components, and I did that for like 15 components in total, and you can see that right there. Um, they are like all here, and then for some reason it just didn't make any, not even 15. I basically gave up after 10. um, because it was like, what's the point? What's the point of this abstraction layer that I was adding to everything, of having like my component menu option icon, and then it's just like the icon plus the icon on hover, the icon active, the icon on active but hover. Like, what am I doing? Does that really make sense? Or is it not just easier for me to just say, this is the design default, this is the design on hover, and this is the design active? And then if you have the thing on active hover, then this is the design for it. And these are the primitives that are used, and that's it. So it's just like, it was a waste of time for me when we reached that point of creating these, specifically because of how complex and not complex these are. And therefore we just gave up and we went through with just using the primitives directly within the components, because it is easier for anyone to go in and say, like right now, this is not the case because we are using the thing, because these are from the first batch of components. But it would be so much easier for me to just have this set to not component button primary default background, but just accent 9. It's using the accent color and it's the 9th level of the accent color. That like makes so much more sense. So again, going back to the root of the question, for fonts, I would use the primitive. I would just say, well, this is like text 14 in Semibold. That's it. And it's used for the buttons, and it's going to be used as the main button, small button, and so on. But it's just like, yeah, it's just my text 14. So it's just so much easier for everyone that is coming after you. Even an LLM that is going through doesn't have to figure out what is the relationship in between your text SM and what the font actually is. It's just like it's written in there. So I'm very much on the side of simplicity for everyone nowadays rather than complexity for myself. And when I built this thing, I was on the side of complexity for myself because it made things easier, but it doesn't. After using this for a while, it just yeah, that's not the case. It also forced me to do things that I don't necessarily like. Like, for example, here we have the highlight at the bottom of the buttons themselves, which are way too strong in dark mode, but they need to be that strong in dark mode because in light mode they need to be visible. And for some reason, Figma doesn't contain or did not contain um, shadows variations in viable options. Like it's just an opacity change here, and this is not something that we could do, so we had to force it up. And this is kind of bad. Like this is not how it should have been done. Um, like that effect within is probably the drop shadow, which is currently at 64. We should probably have used the overlay white, and 64 is like 7, so here's probably going to be 4 or 6 to just make it highlight at the edge. Yeah, that could be an option instead of being like that strong. Boy, yeah. So I don't know. As you just mentioned, you have like so much 14,000 primitives. Um, it's it's a lot. Um, I think you should define a system that is similar to what I have here, um, of size and potentially state and decoration for your tokens, because it would help, I guess. Uh, but But also, yes, also I just reached the end of that message. If you want to show me, yes, please share a link or a screenshot in the Discord and we can have a look at it. But I still think that if you did um, font size dash font weight, if I could type, and then uh, potential optional decoration for your token names, it means that the you don't have 14,000 tokens. You would probably just have like a subclass the same way the Tailwind is working. So your main class for the fonts is going to be your main font sizes. So you basically have 24 with your 24 Excel, so it's 30 in total. And then anything else that goes with it is an abstraction of something. So it's is it regular? Yes, cool. So it's my font, like regular is the default. So font size here is 72. So it's going to be txt 72, and that's one class in code system. On top of that, you add the different font weight if necessary and the decoration if necessary. So decoration is going to be like just italic. So it's just going to be text 72 italic. Then and you get this, and it's just like a combo class instead of being a naming convention. And you define the system. That's I guess that's going to be the most important thing, where you just say, well, we have in our font system the weights that we can use are regular, medium, semi-bold, bold, and black. These are the 4 options that are there. For these 4 options, we have a sub decoration option, which is either italic or underlined. Technically, there should be a strike through, like just crossed through. I don't have it in there, but it's like basically the third option. Default doesn't take anything. And then we have these 3 options for decorations. And that's about it. So the user that is implementing this is just aware that for the button, because they are using combo classes, it would be a combo of text Excel plus the semi-bold as a class, and potentially italicized decoration as an option. But that's just like 3 classes and 3 tokens that can be combined together in a Tailwind format, instead of having to create, like right here, I have 12. Currently, I have 12 tokens just for this font system, which makes no sense. So, I don't know. Specifically because um, you can change in code easier than in Figma. However, if you're talking about in Figma, then you are kind of stuck with the amount of variations that we currently have, unless you decide to get through modes. But modes for fonts is going to be kind of not the best option, but also not the worst option. But I could see that happen. Uh, you'd basically have 3 rendering for... Could you have 3? Yeah, you would have three rendering per font style. So instead of having, uh, it's already a lot. It's already a lot. Hmm. That's in the back of my head since the beginning. Let me just ask the question because that might help me in a way. Why do you have 24 Excel? Why do why do you have so much? Like, what's the reason behind getting so much um font variations in your system? Is it just because you have your three surfaces, like mobile, tablet, desktop, potentially displays, that is going through and it's just duplicating every time? Or is it um, something else? I can't think of anything else right there. Uh, I could have been. Yeah, these buttons are old. Again, this is the reason why the Mom UI kit right now are like, I don't know if it makes sense to go through that because this is a project from 2023, or at least this one I've talked about it in 2023, and therefore it's just like, damn, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. Is it necessary? I don't know. Is it good? I don't know. That's the video in question I was looking for last time. Um, yeah, it's confusing from my point of view. It is confusing to have like so much, uh, so much variations. Yeah, when you did some shit with the UI, I had a we had some issues with like variations and stuff, and I had to just highlight that. Of the ratio between SM, medium, so on, I'm trying to create a UI system that would also be suited for editorial stuff. Um, Started with the display, some might even be larger than 24 Excel. Okay, I see. Um, so you need to forget what you're doing right now. I think I know what it is. Okay, that's good. So I'm gonna do something here as a very basic system. It's gonna make sense. Don't worry about it. Um, so let's start at 8 by 8. That's gonna be fine. Um, well, let's start at 16 by 16. That's gonna be the base fonts, whatever. If you were to create something that is font wise, we're still talking about font right now. That is 16/8 point based as always. I would just want to get a proper scale for now to showcase the context, right? This being, and I'm gonna use word thing that don't necessarily make sense, but like this being just one, and I'm gonna use base for this. Um, Base regular is gonna be fine. That's not gonna work. Right, cool. So, if that's my 2, that's my 3, that's my 4, and that's my 5 in terms of sizes, right? And you have your scale that you have defined for what is your median point. So, if you said that desktop is your median point right now, and it is set up, you probably have 20 to potentially, let's say 30 font sizes in general. What you need to do is not create more variations to accommodate for the rest. What you need to do is create a scaling system that retains the same values or the same tokens. So for example, if I were saying that here, this is my median system, and I want to create advertisement system, I might just take the entire thing through a 1.5x value, but I'm still using the exact same thing. So 1 in default is still equal to 1 in display, but display is just taking a scale up to 1.5. And then if I were to create mobile, and let's say that it's the same issue, and we just go like 25 down, then maybe mobile is like this. But in all 3 themes, or in all 3 things, my medium right there is central device, the thing that I'm using as a base point for everything, and then anything else is just times 0.5 and oh sorry 1.5, and then this one is time 107, and this one is just like times 1. So you just use a scaling system being proportional based on the medium in which you're using it, but you're using the exact same thing. So you end up with 5, as you mentioned earlier. 5 is 5, and you don't care about the value itself. It's just like, yeah, I'm gonna use this because it has the proper font sizes, the proper things, and so on. That seems complex, but I get it. Yeah. I have a feeling that you have something similar to this already, but you haven't done it in um, like in a scaling manner. You've done it in a usage manner. So you have a 1. I'm still gonna use these. Um, that is, yeah, kind of like a different value based on the surface in which it is used. So if you have mobile, desktop, and poster, or mobile, tablet, and desktop, that would be the regular thing, but like mobile, desktop, and poster, um, you're not using one as the source of truth. So yeah, Hugo, work on it. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? How was the weekend? Um, It's I all good kinda is not good. Um, I think your naming convention should be the same depending on regardless of surface. That's the that's what I'm saying. So with the example that you gave, which is kind of weird in my eyes, but I like 1/2 XS minus 24 XL is a weird system, but why not? um, I wouldn't bother with the naming too much, and I wouldn't have so much variation and so much time on the thing. As I just mentioned earlier, naming conventions are useful when people understand the names. If um that's sad. I see. I see. Um you'll find a job, don't worry about it. You're not like me with expectations and requests that are unachievable. So you'll find something. um yeah, naming convention for me and tokens and specifically variables are there for being used and being understood. So I want to be as straight to the point as possible and as easy to grasp as possible. So if it's just a matter of, um, yeah, this is 24, this is font 24, then this is font 24. And if I'm currently using a mobile version of the font and it's font 12, then it's font 12. There's no like the I fear that what you have done right here with your system of scaling is not going to help you. And it might end up being here. Like you may end up with like that amount of variation for your font, which I wouldn't recommend, but why not? So we have like 96, or we are going up to 96, where we drop like by 2. So we went one by one in the beginning with some half points there, and then we go from 12 to 14, 16, and then we move to 4, so that from 20 to 24, like 16 to 20 to 24 to 28 to 32. That's we're going 4 by 4, which is good. But then we reach another point where it just doesn't make any sense to go 4 up because it's not good enough. So we go 8 up. So 64 to 72 to then 80 to then 86. Nonetheless, if I have a font that is 384 points, this is probably going to be used for a poster slash display thing, but 380 for poster and display is still kind of small. And I probably will have fonts that are like much bigger than this. But do I really? Not really. Like getting to these things where you have fonts that are that big, it's probably if I have a poster that is like big like this, and I have I don't know, a font that is like here. God damn it. Like here for the looks of it, right? Um, so I it's not a token that needs to happen. Like it's something that's gonna be big enough for decoration, but it's not meant to be read. And most importantly, the thing that I wanted to mention is that when I'm building shit for posters, for example, this one I scaled it up and therefore I have like a 640 font sizes because I needed to have the granularity in my transition for the effect in the background. But in reality, when I'm building the posters and all the content, I have the most tiniest off layouts. I make sure that I have the correct aspect ratio, but I don't care about the content and the size of shit. I'm just making sure that the design itself is working with what I'm trying to achieve. And then if this is what we want, what's going to happen is that I'm going to just work with this and say export this at, I don't know, 4 4,500 in width, and it's going to export it at the correct ratio and um you know and be good. So I don't really care about the font sizes on these ones. So that's probably the only thing that I have here that is more going with the flow than anything else, and not really caring about the tokens, font size, whatever, because it just doesn't make any sense. And for UI wise things, I just have a set of fonts that is going from 72, which is kind of big for a UI related stuff, to 8, which is very small but is useful on mobile. But it's just like the scope. I showcased that before. Um, the scope of things when it comes to the sizes. Also, where was me a second ago? Not there, apparently. Um, I guess we were here. I don't know where I put the fucking thing from a second ago. This is wild. Right there. Uh, the scale, I'm gonna use this one instead because it's working for me. It's as if I was saying from like from a desktop point of view, I'm gonna be um I'm gonna be here. Like desktop is only gonna use that section, and mobile is gonna use uh that section, because size 5 on mobile makes absolutely no sense. There is like, you basically have one character per screen, so it makes no sense. But it's like I have the full depth of tokens there. So that goes against what you said earlier of you prefer working with project that has like lower amount of tokens, which I agree with, but also um yeah, the the last point that you have of you want to give the potential designer as much freedom as possible, that means not giving them tokens and not defining things in like prior to giving them the ability to do things. It's just like we have this range that we use most of the times, but if you need to deviate from it, please do. Like we don't care. It's just that's the that's the guideline that we have, but you can go um, off path if necessary, if that makes sense. Like therefore you have like way less thing to think about because it's just, yeah, use the primitives. Going back to what I said earlier. His instinct is right that the work is close and wrong that it's ready. That is true. Nothing I found is in the shipped artifact. Everything I found is in the safety net around it. That makes no sense, Stony. There, nothing, no sense. Um, I don't think you have access to the entirety, or that Claude has been reading the entirety of the project. Uh, maybe Claude just read the README that hasn't been updated in a long time. And I don't know if you have access to the project memory. I don't think you do because that is only stored on my own device, I think. Yeah, I gave you the latest version of the code. So if you pulled the latest version, then maybe it's in there, but I might say then maybe we don't have everything. I don't know. Um, I don't know if you can have access to them. That's the thing. Do you have the readme thing? I guess yeah, but if you pulled, you probably have it. I think this one has been updated yesterday. Yeah, with a lot of updates in there to explain what is happening or what has happened. It's probably up to date-ish. Uh, the thing that I've done, that I checked, is that licenses are working. Fake license are working as in you don't get anything. Free should be working as soon as I publish on NPM, and that's the question that I have. Like, is this good enough for NPM or not? And then I think that's everything. I don't think I don't think the project memory in there. I don't know where the fuck the project memory is. Let's say that. Let's say that because that's true. Yeah. um, I need test subject with like a valid license. Yes. um, but yeah, the reason why I'm questioning the message that you're sending, Stony, is because the message in question, um, it sounds like it's the thing that I would have received 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. It kind of like when you started doing some PRs, it's as if it didn't read the latest version of the code. So I don't know. Um, I don't know. Because this, if I do that instead, um, you know, sometimes that would be okay. And I don't know where the project memory is. Like it looks for deployments.md, but I don't know if that is the current active real project memory. Anyways. Anyways. So yeah, Ethan, I don't know naming convention wise any other options than t-shirt size for fonts or primitive sizes for fonts with the variation that you currently have, and therefore would highly recommend you to get through um, primitive behavior instead than what you currently are doing with the t-shirt sizes, because the scope is just switch the scope. Um, yeah, that's also another question because you said that you wanted to adapt to the editorial people that might work in that, and that editorial is not people that touch the codes. So that's also a thing that is um, important. Like, what is the target users? If it is devs, then t-shirt sizes will make sense. Even if we go at like 98, 97 XL, which is wild, but why not? It still makes sense. Like it in the brains of a dev, it will make sense. Is like as Tony just mentioned, it is Tailwind systems, and therefore we recognize it as okay, cool. That's the sizing system. I get it. But if it is for someone that is just editorial and doesn't do anything else, or doesn't have any understanding of, not necessarily working. You know, you'd be surprised, like the amount of people that like are in the print industry that are using different measurements because they just have never encountered t-shirt sizing for these things. Like in prints for France specifically, we are going to use some points instead of sizes, and it's when we are creating the variables slash the styles in an InDesign documents, we are not naming them t-shirt styles. We are naming them based on what the thing is used for, because in reality we don't have that many, but we do have that many. So it would be thing that will be named as uh, a heading or headers or title sizes and so on. That's the thing. Um, yes, it's just the abstraction. So the the t-shirt size implies some sort of a linear-ish scales. Um, and therefore uh, it might not be like as obvious as you think it is, just because of how it is written. So I don't know. I don't know. I am confused. This was a really good question. Um, I'm not saying that it's rare that I'm perplexed by a question, but this one is one of the complex one that is impacting so much of your definition of the project that I don't know exactly what could work based on the amount of content that you have. Like the easiest for me is just as straightforward as possible. Um, but yeah, um, someone's required to have a bot in order to secure a reservation or permit in the US for public lands. What do you mean? What what do you mean? As in you need to have a bot that does the job for you because otherwise you can't uh, get a reservation slash thing. Recreation.gov is crazy. In the sense that basically, if you want a ticket, you need a scalping bot in order to get access to the venues because there is too many people asking for it. Yeah. Okay, I see. I see. Yeah. Well, it's a it's a scalping issue. Yeah, there is no pictures. There's a picture. Um, I see. Cool. That makes sense. I appreciate that. Stony, I guess it makes sense for me in terms of reading, but not in terms of implementation. That's impressive. Gas face. I didn't know. Also, recreation.gov is such a weird uh, thing. But you know, I mean, if it works, if it works. Um, she is ready. Everything memory listed as open is a close, not blocker. I checked the live system rather than trusting the notes since they were written yesterday. That's a good thing. Honeypass still behaves correctly, which is good. The release gate passes, which is good. All the secrets the release needs are in place, which is good. Just standing in the way isn't technical. There's roughly 25 early customers. Yeah, that we know that. Page vector in Git doesn't. This still pisses me off. It's still bringing it up every time, but I'm like, this is a non-issue. No one has access to the GitHub repo except Stony and me. So there's no need to delete the history of this. Use this. Set free goes to public NPM and ends with PNPM publish. That stopped being true in commits. The release workflow took over publishing the free tarball in both NPM and the mirror. Was correcting a single step that has never been exercised is a real install of real bytes. It has been done yesterday. Basically, of like just, I mean, not install. That is true. Just to check that the license key is working. And yes, I will work for you. I will wait for you for sure. I don't, yeah. So it seems to be pretty good. The thing that is highlighting there just are non-existent. Um, cool, cool. Yeah, that is the correct phrase. Which, by the way, I'm gonna get a drink. 1 second. I got 5 of the new energy drinks things that came up in France like last week, last month, and my that's not what I wanted to click on. But still, advertisement is good. The baker that not baker, but like the staff at the bakery that I go into, um, she was telling me that they are really good, and I don't agree. Um, basically, this is I think, very French. To be honest, I have no fucking clue where this thing is coming up. Um, but that's their can thing. They have different flavors, and therefore I got this one is lemon, so I got a lemon. I got a lychee. I got a raspberry, rhubarb, which is a bit of a weird thing, and then white peach. The last one that I didn't get is the cucumber flavor because I'm like, no, not doing that. But like earlier today, I tested these, and I okay, what on it? Um, in terms of, also, this is such an interesting system. Uh, in terms of ingredients and the reason why they are doing it, they are saying that they are doing um like less sugar, which is the same thing as all of the other ones, uh like natural flavoring, which is obviously not the same thing as the other one, caffeine that are not artificial caffeines, and then they're using stevia for the sugar. And the thing is, stevia is leaving you with a bit of a bitter taste um, in the mouth, which I don't like. And it basically tastes like soap. Kane, also, hi, what morning? Did I say that? I feel like I said it, but like in my head and outside as well. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good weekend. Um, so it's it's interesting. It's very French. I obviously don't like it because it's very French. Um, but the website itself is good, and oh yeah, it's already more than that. And it is an infinite scroll, so basically, once you reach the bottom of the site, you can continue scrolling down, and it scroll back up because it just reloads the header. I think this is a fun thing to have, and you can just, you know, practice all of that and figure out which flavors you like the most and whatever. It is really cool. But flavor wise, it was really much uh soap, and I don't like it. So yeah. To be honest, for the people that are energy drink uh, likers like myself, I am a big fan of these bitches. These are these are mine, and yeah, I I wish I had access to the American flavors because they have like a ton of shit that I'm like, okay, cool. We need to test shit like this. Um, but yeah, they are currently drinking or creating these, which are like competitor to the, what's the name of this thing? Uh, I forgot the name. It's one of the latest one that is gaining a ton of traction. Their stock is going up. But it is Celsius. Celsius is the thing that I was looking for. So they are trying to compete with Celsius with this because Celsius is for the girlies right now, and C4 is just like interesting nonetheless. And they are doing this shit. I don't like the fact that it has 300 milligrams of caffeine, but I do like the can. So I would need to get one just for tasteability. It's that looks necessary. Nonetheless, these are interesting, and I like them. I like their flavors a lot more. But as I've been saying for the past, I guess, year now, Um, it is. uh, since I've been having a bit of a heart attack, not due to this, but kinda, and a bit of an hypertension, I can't really drink energy drinks in general. So I'm going through a can like this in 2 to 3 days. So basically, I drink like a third, and then I put it back in the fridge, and then I drink a third, and the next day, and I put it back in the fridge, in order to not like pump me up too much. And I would love for these brands, like if you are, I'm going back here, non-affiliated with Coke, so gonna be there. It's gonna make sense. If you are here and you're watching the stream and you have a ton of money and you want to invest in a business, just get in contact with the labs that are creating these energy drinks things and ask them to create the exact same thing without the caffeine and the taurine, because these are not taste related, and sell that as something that is called no energy, and you will make banks, because we just love the taste 99% of the time. We don't care about the energy. And most of the ADHD people and other differently wired brain, um, the caffeine and the taurine that are in there are just making us sleepy and not necessarily like energized. So yeah, no, I do too. Don't worry about it. The thing is, I like sugar, and this being no caffeine, no sugar, no calories is a nice, it's water. It's 96% water, I think. So yeah, we like it. Um, but yeah, yeah. But nonetheless, like if you have money and you have access to supply chain and the labs that are creating the drinks, please just create the brands that I want to create. Like if I had the money, I would. I don't have the money, so I can't. Um, but yeah, I would 100% just build the thing. It's it's such a it's such an easy grab for the amount of people that just drink it. If you think like US based, you already have people that drinks energy drinks on a daily basis, like three a day, which is kind of crazy, like 3 to 4 a day. Um, Not because of the caffeine itself, but therefore they end up like me with like hypertension and shit like this. But just because the flavor is what they want to have, and just drinking in a big can is fine. Like it's nice and we like it. And therefore you just create the same thing with like no caffeine, no taurine, 0 calories, same taste. Mm, I will buy packs again. Yeah. I mean, this is the reason why I have these. God, they fuck. I went too far. The reason why I have these. These are basically that. These are the hydration systems. So instead of the energy system, it's just powders that you put inside of water, and it gives you flavoring. And it's good enough. It's not great, but it's good enough. And when I don't have anything, and I don't want like, I don't know, an energy drink, then this is good. It is good. Anyways, um, I see. I see. Stony is doing shit. Oh my god. What happened? I don't know why that is there. Um, on Windows only? Oh my God. That's interesting. Uh, I'm gonna wait for this to fulfill itself. By the way, Stony, the plan, because we don't have it just yet. The plan is to get the package on npm to be just mom with four O's. The thing is, we will only know once we push the first version, so I'm waiting for that. Um, because there is already the mom package, and as far as what Claude has told me yesterday or 2 days ago, is they make sure that you don't have too close of a name of an existing package. So yeah, um, it might not go through, and so that's why I'm still waiting for this. So yeah, I will. I'll wait. I'll wait. I've seen something similar about a week ago. Um, that might be interesting. You can, you can right there. Um, hmm, we'll check. We'll keep. Yeah, I think that's the one that I had. um, yeah, this is similar. Basically, running Gemma on a 2 gig RAM thing, so that's basically ensure that it's obviously it's Gemma. It's meant to run on basically everything, but just for the sake of what they have done here, it's a mixture of expert rehash things that they have put in place to ensure that it use the meta acceleration instead of the things that is the default. So this is also an interesting thing, but it is obviously just now, for now, just Gemma, and therefore, eh, not necessarily the most useful thing, because you can run it on most shit, but as an interesting concept nonetheless. And I do think that there will be uh, a lot more of these projects popping off in the future. So this is one of the potentials. Um, and then this was an interesting thing. Um, this is mostly for Dapshi. If you're still lurking from far away, because I know that you care about like the data and the revenue and the other shit that goes within. So, Mizzy, work on it. This is a thing that is self-hostable to track your revenue across multiple platforms and other things. And therefore, I'm guessing you can also have like some, that was so close. You can also have some things with apps. And they do have like not self-hosted option, if I remember correctly. If you just want the paid version, which with you, I doubt, but why not? So it might be interesting for the people that have like revenue coming in and they want uh, a system. Yes, if you just have revenue cat, you just need revenue cat, and that's fine. This is mostly if you have multiple apps and systems that are bringing money from multiple places. So for me, for example, I have Lemon Squeezy, Stripe, Gumroad, Apple, Google, and revenue cat if I put it in place. So that's like 6 different places that I need to check to get all of the information, and this would basically just centralize in one dashboard, and I don't need to go everywhere. They're just like centralized. So that's the main point. Ah, but it might be interesting. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not today. Maybe in like I don't know 2 years when you have another app running in the background somewhere. We never know. We never know. Maybe. Um, but that's like another thing that I found, which is pretty cool. And then Blinko is the other one that was fine. Um, was it Toolcraft? I think it is. It is. It is. Um, this one is a an interesting thing. Mainly the this page. It's similar to the minis that I shared earlier, but it is basically a starter kit for UI for digital stuff or visual imagery things. So if you're interested in creating these types of UIs, maybe Toolcraft would be interesting for you. We talked about Pixel Minis uh, earlier today, but right now, obviously, I am not in there. I don't have it. God damn it. I want to be a Nova. What going in? You can learn Japanese. Yes, you can learn Japanese if you want to. What is interesting for you in terms of learning Japanese? Or is your question, how can I learn Japanese? Um, this one. Got it. I'm going to share the link again. Design Mini is basically a list of all of the mini sites that are allowing people to create some visuals. So that is actually useful. Um, and there is a ton of things. I've been thinking I find stuff on Threads and Instagram quite useful. Is there any out there together? Oh, are there tool together all the saved things, organize them? Yeah. There is Heaper, which is from Yan, which is from the community, which we like a lot. It is a self-hostable platform, so you can get it basically for free, and it is good, and we like it, and we like it. Want to be Nova? How can I learn Japanese? Well, depending on your current level and your current interests, you can learn Japanese by, I would say, 2.5 paths. The first path is just going to school, finding like an online school things, and you learn through curriculum, which is not my preferred system, but it is the system that would be potentially the most efficient for most people if you are someone that is requiring the structure of school. If you don't, there is so many sources and resources on the internet that would help you learn Japanese, but the best option is um, immersion, or what we call immersion. So there is the AJAT, all Japanese, all the time methods, which is basically a method of immersion, which means that you go on YouTube, for example, and most of your content is going to be Japanese content that you are consuming. So for me, for example, I have podcasts that are Japanese here. I have other videos that are Japanese related, and these are like on a daily basis the type of thing that I watch and listen to and basically force my brain to pick up some words and some other things. So that's a system that I like a lot. In order to do this, I would highly recommend you to get through the creation of an additional YouTube channel that is dedicated to that, so that it doesn't have the pollution that I currently have. So right now I have Gyari, which is Japanese content, but I also have the waveform and other things that are like US based. So this channel is a mix of every of my interests, obviously, but it will not be a fully Japanese things. So that's a system. I know that Jozu Jules is Jo Jo Jules has a video specifically about this and explain how to create like a channel for yourself for the immersion. So this is overall um, pretty good video, which I think I would recommend it to you if you are trying to immerse yourself. It's a system. The whole channel is really good for learning Japanese. But my main recommendation for anyone that is studying a language, not just Japanese, but like anything, is to start with an immersion system that is closer to what a child would have. So, in the beginning of your life, you don't have any apps, any books, any teachers. You just have the world around you that is speaking in a language or making sounds that you don't necessarily understand. And then after a while, you are just going to start trying to mimic as a child, trying to mimic the sound that you hear. So you will say things that means absolutely nothing, but the benefit is that you have your parents officially, hopefully, around you that tells you, oh, this is not the word that you are trying to say, or this is not how we say things, or whatever. And so you will spit out some words here and there. So the goal is to just get immersion through your ears and then speaking to a level that is kind of bad until you feel confident enough as a child to say sentences or put some words together that make sense. This is in my personal learning. Hugo, you are the first on lending today. Congrats on that. In my personal learning journey, is taking roughly 2 months. So you listen for 2 months and you try to speak for 2 months and you don't really open a book or an app or anything. And then after that, you start learning thing um, with an accommodation like an app, a book, or a teacher. And that will basically ensure that your ears and your brain is accustomed to the sounds themselves, and you will end up with like a better output in terms of how you pronounce things and how you notice the difference in between some tones in the Japanese language. As we mentioned, like some of the regular example is ame and ame, which sounds exactly the same. There is a bit of a pitch in ame, which is like the rain, and ame is candy, which is well, it's the same words, like it sounds the same, but it's just like a little bit of pitch things. Most of the time, you don't really need pitch accents, but if you have pitch accent and the understanding of how things sounds, it is way easier for you in the future. But because Japanese is a very situational language, you don't necessarily need the pitch. Like it, if you're talking about the fact that it's raining today, the person that you're speaking with doesn't really think, oh, that person is saying that today is a candy? A candy? Hmm, that doesn't sound right. So don't worry about pitch accent too much, but that's the thing. And once you've done the first immersion for the first 2 months, and then you go through the basic of Japanese with hiragana and katakana, and then the beginning of kanjis, the only thing that you need to do in order to be proficient with it is to speak it. So if you are in the market for that, find yourself a boyfriend or girlfriend that is speaking the language that you are looking for. If you're not in the market for that, find yourself a language partner, someone that wants to learn your language. Um, and and then you speak Japanese, they speak your language, and you offer like your correct schools, both of you. and that's the thing. Um, yeah, that is so. Learning Japanese with anime is a good thing. It's just you need to figure out what anime you want to learn from. So I'm gonna do something that is really bad, but take that as an exercise. If you are interested in learning through anime, which is a very good source of immersion, if for some reason um you you know you learn through solo leveling, you will not learn much useful things. They are talking about monsters, they are talking about magic, they are talking about attacks, swords, things that don't make any fucking sense in a regular conversation on a day-to-day basis. But if you're someone that likes romance manga and animes, and like, I don't know, the most common one is Welcome to the NHK, um, which is a very common slice of life explanation of what happened in the NHK for the news and mangas and other things. This is the truest of Japanese that you can learn, and you will learn some very good sentences, some very good words, some very good patterns in the language. So this is really good. Highly recommend it. It is a bit dated because it's a 2007, 2002 anime, so it's a bit slower than other things, but it is a slice of life, so obviously it will give you things. But you can 100% learn through anime, and it is um, like a very good option. You just need to be careful about what you are learning from. If you are learning from Kimetsu no Yaiba, which is like Demon Slayer, you will have things that are not necessarily good, but they are still fine. Like there are conversation portion of the anime that is just like good, and in all anime, by the way, like not just the slice of life things. Like I learned a lot of the beginning words that I then transferred when I started to really learn Japanese when I was watching Bleach, mainly because Bleach is like so long, and therefore it was the content that I was watching on a weekly basis. Obviously, there are a ton of words in Bleach that I don't use today when I speak Japanese, and it's just I'm aware of it, and since then I've been trying to get into manga and Japanese TV shows that are like more slice of life, more aligned with um, what I'm trying to do. So, for example, there is uh, Kujo, Sins of Kujo, which is apparently a manga that was on Netflix or still is on Netflix. I don't know. I watched this. This is a low based, like, yeah, low. It's like a lawyer and his apprentice and the thing that happens with it. And it is in Japanese, and they're using regular day-to-day life Japanese plus the lawyer speech things. I don't really care about the lawyer speech things, but I do care about this fact that it is set in um, a regular Japan thing. So this is good content. There is a ton of other things. I kind of have an issue with the Japanese romance in general. They have a bit of a way of phrasing things that is not exactly natural. And these ones also have a bit of an issue at some things. But going back to something that we talked about in the past, without me mentioning that this was from this TV show, um, there are things in there that are really interesting to notice. In one of the scenes, the characters are speaking in casual Japanese, and then one of them is switching to the proper formal Japanese to push a distance in between what they were talking about and the next subject and the thing that needs to happen after. And this is not something that I would have been able to notice in the past, and I probably wouldn't have noticed it on this first watch of that TV show. But still, it is something that you will pick up with time, but not necessarily in the beginning. Nonetheless, if you want to learn anime through or anime through Japanese, Japanese through anime, goddamn, I am tired. You can 100%. You just need to get into the correct mediums to work with you. So like slice of life is good, romance animes are good, sports anime are good. So if you like Haikyuu, for example, these are pretty cool. Um, and there is a ton of other options, but it is a bit of a different system than watching the anime for watching the anime. Let me explain. Um, I have watched uh, Kaiju Hachigo, so Kaiju number 8, in Japanese with Japanese subtitles, followed by Japanese with English subtitles, followed by Japanese with no subtitles. And the reason for this is I'm taking an anime that is not necessarily something that I'm going to be the most interested in, even though I love this shit. But the reason for this is I'm using the anime for practice and not for entertainment. So it- my best recommendation for you for like learning Japanese or any language through a medium that is not necessarily a textbook or an app is to go through the system by repetition. And so me watching it with Japanese subtitles and in Japanese is really hard, but I can still pick up some shit. And then I watch it again with the English subtitles so that I understand everything that has to happen. And I understand, or my brain makes the connection between the words that are spoken and what is currently happening and translation in English. Overall, I have some issues with some of the translation sometimes, but that like it's fine. And then the third run is with no subtitles at all, so I can just focus on what is said. And most of the times, I'm going to repeat some of the sentences while I'm watching the thing. So it's a lot of work, but it's feasible. And right now, you're saying like konnichiwa, sayonara. That makes sense. These are the most common words. You probably also have heard itadakimasu. You probably have heard gomen or gomenne. Tasukete kudasai is probably another one that is common if you are watching battle shonen and other things like this. But it you can learn if you put your brain to learning. You can't really learn if you just passively watch the animes. You will pick up like teeny tiny words, but that's about it. But if you are really interested in learning the language, you can absolutely just get through a manga and or an anime that is of your interest, of your choosing, and watch it multiple times, and then get better at the language itself, just because you understand the things. So it's an option. The thing that I'm doing with repeating is called shadowing, and it's basically um, just getting through. Oh, that character said, uh, I don't know, katsudon o hitotsu kudasai, which is I just want a katsudon, and they said it, and your goal is to repeat it in the exact same way. So if they had like a tsukareta, like a very tired way of saying the thing, then you repeat it in the exact same manner. So you want to emphasize on the acting as well, and emphasize on the emotional that goes with it, because the way that things are being said, you will have like a better time basically to recognize that, because that sentence is usually used in that emotional state, if that makes sense. So that's a good thing. The other thing that is really useful is a small TikTok account that I recommend most of the times, that is called Black Belt Japanese. And what they are doing is basically taking some portion of anime, manga, TV shows, and other things, and just give you an expression. So right now, Shinpin is the expression that they want you to learn, and they go through multiple anime, manga, TV show things, and they show you exactly the translation of what it is. You heard Shinpin said in multiple times with multiple accents, multiple voices, multiple intonations at times. But some of the thing that is really interesting for me is that sometimes, like Akita right here, is tired of it. But then when you look at the translation, you have tired of, bored with, tired of again, bored, and tired of it. So it means, or it will kind of help you understand that sometimes the same sentence or the same expression has different meanings based on the context, the use case, the situation, and so on. That's I like black belt Japanese for that reason. Um, if you want like free resources and you don't mind my face and me repeating the same sentences 16,000 times, you can go on my own account. The past 185 days have been free resources for learning Japanese. So if you are into that, that's useful. There are some repetitions in there, but yeah, also the fact that this thing is not showing up, that's crazy. I have officially titles for all of these fucking videos and headers and things, and it's just like not showing up. God dang. Anywho, um, so there is a ton of things. You have a ton of resources on YouTube to help you learn Japanese, but I would highly recommend you to not use any of it in the beginning. Uh, like basically just immerse yourself, pick up some words, try to repeat your favorite anime sentences, as long as they are like daily life Japanese and not necessarily like I'm gonna kill you Japanese situation, and that can help. Yeah, and then once you've done that, start learning with the basics, and things will fly much faster than you thought it would, and it's pretty good. If, by the way, this one is pretty impressive. Um, if you are interested in video games and you love video games and like um, all video games, no specifics, Game Gengo is a very useful channel because what they do is they go through video games, either intro or video game dialogues, and explain the sentences, the vocab, the grammatical points that goes with it. So you will learn a ton of things in there, and it is really cool. The thing that you need to be ready for is the fact that sometimes in specific videos, very specific, um, all videos that are like kind of longer, for like 1 hour and so on, but you also have the very uh, short video of 7 hours and 55 minutes. So you need to be ready for these. This is the type of shit that you go through in about a week, like small amount at a time, but it is really useful and it contains everything. Like if you one day want to pass the JLPT, which is the Japanese language proficiency test, you would need to understand and know all of these things. So having like the JLPT and 2 grammar points, all of them based on video games that you potentially like or have played or will want to play after that, really useful. And they have been doing that for a long time. It is really good. They explain pretty well. They go fast at times, but they also have some videos that are dedicated to specific sentences. So, bakari, for example, which is a specific expression, that is a video that's just like 4 minutes. That's fine. Bakarida, which is a different thing. It's similar, but it's different. Same thing, 6 minutes explanations and all of that. So, yeah. Duolingo does help, and that's the wrong app. That is the correct. That's the good thing. Let me plug in, please. Yes. Um, Obviously, when I'm trying to showcase something, let's see if it's just like a pain situation today. It's not. It's just the Duolingo fucking thing is done. Well, fuck me then. um, yes, Duolingo helps. Uh, it it contains everything that you need to learn. Tonton, how are you? Um, it is hated on the internet. Like a lot of people are saying that Duolingo is shit and that you shouldn't use it for learning Japanese or any language, to be honest. And they are correct and wrong at the same time. Using Duolingo alone is a bad move. Like that would never help and you would never learn shit with it. Using Duolingo in parallel of other things is a good move. So Duolingo is really good in the beginning and also as a habit mechanism to make you basically start your learning process and know that like, oh yeah, cool, I have my streak to maintain and I need to do my lessons for the day. And you get into the habit of just practicing a little bit. Just don't overdo it in the first week. Take your time, just do 5 minutes a day in the beginning, and then after a while, you're going to start to do 5 to 7 minutes, and then after a while, you're going to do 10 to 20 roughly. But it is gradual change, and it is a very useful app to get you in the move and also give you some of the basics. So learning the characters with Duolingo is really good. Learning some of the basic grammar points and sentence structures is really good. They have updated their course multiple times since everyone has said, "Oh, it's really bad, don't use it." Um, but it is really nice. However, if you don't pay for it, you will have so many ads that it's a pain in the ass. And I would kind of recommend you to pay for it at least for a year, so that it kind of forces you to keep practicing with it. But yeah, if you want something that is a bit different and you are not against paying for an app, there is the app called Bumpo, which is, I will take a look at it. Um, Stony, thank you. Bimpo is a very simple Duolingo alternative thing that is mostly targeting grammar points, I guess, for Japanese. They have the basics as well, but it's like not as interactive. The only issue that I have with it is that they have integrated some sort of an AI assistant system that is uh, more expensive than the rest of the app. And so, eh, Eh, not not really good. But they have some pretty good content overall, and therefore that's a good thing. They have a lifetime option, which is pretty neat. Um, like you have 50% off right now, which is always like every day of the month is the 50% off anyways. So, you know, maybe you trust it, maybe you don't. But it is pretty nice of an app, and it's an option. But then again, you have like so many free things on the internet to teach you everything that you want to learn, that if you get into the motion of, okay, I want to learn Japanese and I'm going to use Game Gengo to learn Japanese, that is an option. You just need to be rigorous and punctual with your things. So yeah, like there is a lot of options uh, that could help and could make you learn faster or learn better. Um, but yeah, and then Fazo is mentioning Babel, Babel. I had issues with them. At one point, they had some things against them, but I don't think they have Japanese apparently, based on what we can see here. So that's not a thing. But there is, like, again, there is so many um, apps since Duolingo has started that are just like created or have been created in order to get like so much money out of you. They are potentially good. um, but it's, again, most of them are going to be, how can I say that? Um, paid and not giving you most of the content. So there is an app slash website that I forgot the name of. God damn it. uh, that contains a proper curriculum of learning Japanese or any language from scratch for free. And obviously, I'm not finding it. um, I find it here. I know how it
Hugo
looks.
K.
God,
Bernardo just resubscribed for 39 months.
thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's a platform. I don't think it's mentioned here. Boy, there is like so many shit. Again, YouTube is free, and there's so many stuff on YouTube that is really good. Like, if you can go past Dolly Sensei, voice slash mic, um, then it's really good content. um, Takomoto is good as well, but that's a different system. Also, most of the people that currently have an AI system on their, like, learning Japanese and have an AI on their computer are building an app for learning Japanese. I did the same thing. So, yeah. When, how, and where, how, and why do I put user-generated UI so to not clutter the main view and design that makes my app look so nice? Say that again. Where, how, and why? What do you mention, or what do you mean by user-generated UI? What do you mean by that? Um, like, what is considered as user-generated UI? Because I don't know exactly what you mean, and I don't know exactly which project you mean there. For there, words, English. I'm probably not going to find it here. Yeah. Nonetheless, um, like, there is so many options that so many people that you can just get access to, and like, this channel is really good. It contains a ton of content for learning Japanese. The teacher, which is a VTuber, first of its name, is now deceased, sadly. Um, with a lot of very good content, and it just had like some health issues. If you can go past the voice and like the mic that is really bad, and you can just focus on the content, you will have so much things in there that will explain basically everything about the Japanese language, and uh, it is really good. So highly recommend this one. Jozu Jules that I mentioned earlier is also like the same type of content, really good. So yeah, Phil is making a custom radio plugin where he can play radio channels in the app. It needs a real place in the app and not hidden dashboards throughout, because this is where the setting UI is. So you mean you mean also probably this is not logged. It is logged in. Cool. Phils is creating a plugin that will plug into here to allow people to get access to radio. Is that the thing that you're saying? I guess yes, but still, I haven't watched this thing. Yes, cool. So it's basically as if you have home, library, music, and then radio, right? If that's the case, and that's an option, uh, then you want to have like a new tab there. But if you do so and people are adding plugins and they end up adding 16, then it's a mess in navigation. So I think when it comes to user generated, there will be some constraints on your end of what a user can create, and therefore they might not get access to everything, or they need to specify what type of content they have. Um, and therefore maybe it's something that goes into music, because radio is roughly music. So that means if you install the radio plugin, it goes into the music section, and then in there it has like a tab for radios, and then that gives the user a UI right there. Also, what the fuck? Uh, work on it. How are you? How was the pasta? Um, and Tonton, I had things for you for today. Um, from earlier, which I think you have. God damn, both of you. You're the second person to land. That's crazy. Almost in the same place, by the way. Hugo landed almost exactly in the same spot. That's crazy. So you would have like the UI there. The thing is, do you want them to get access to the exact same UI components, and therefore the plugins makers are basically restyling or using the components from the No Mercy components directly? Or that was close. Or is it something different? I don't know. It depends on yeah. Nonetheless, I mean, in the plugin building system, I would let or in your documentation that explain how things are going to be like working and defined and so on. You will have, God damn it. That's a lot of requests. Oh my god. You should may have a need for something that is just saying plugins for NoMercy.tv encoder require a definition of types. And so music, like radio that Fizz is creating, is music based. If I create something else for medias, it's going to go on media. If I create something else for movies, then it's going to go on library slash media, like video formats. And so it's going to hopefully getting somewhere around here. Are you fucking shit up? You are. Is that scrolling? That's not scrolling. Well, good job. I don't know what that is, but I can click on it. Nonetheless. So that's the thing that I would potentially do, first of all. And then, depending on the plugin type, if you have multiple types, define the impact on the UI if there is an impact on the UI. I'm guessing for Phil's radio stuff, it's probably going to need some sort of an impact or use of the player floaters at the bottom to define like what is currently playing, maybe. Or that is something that is system reserved and therefore is just like within the main content card, the plugin can be in there, and that's about it. Then it's just as long as it works, then it's good. But yeah, I think the easiest thing that you can do is ask in the documentation that says type. Like, is it type music? Is it type video media? Is it type media, static media? Is it type something else? I don't know. And therefore you have like your delimitation that would implies that this plugins are going to be attached to the sub pages in questions. That could work, but I don't know. That's the only thing that I have in mind right now, which is probably not good enough. um, these are two things that looks different. um, isn't that the same thing twice? It looks like it's rewriting the exact same shit. Um, like it's just reading the thing, and I'm like, it's the same sentence but shorter. um, that's interesting. What you're saying is that this is green and good, I guess. And you added some issues. Did you fix the issues? I think you did. I think you did fix the issues. This one is to go the fuck out. This is useless. I'm gonna check that. I'm gonna check that. I'm guessing you want me to check the issues first and then the pull request? In that order? I guess. Unsure, but I'm guessing that would make sense. I'm guessing that would make sense. I see. I see. You know what? I'm pretty happy with this. um, okay, cool. Going back to this, I think that's the best option for your user-generated UI slash plugin slash add-ons system. Um, again, based on the system that I have put in place and the reason why I pushed you to get this navigation path of having one single main uh, container that has the content that is dictated by the navigation path others means that you can basically enclose the plugins slash UI from user creating plugin slash add-on to this thing and provide a link that brings the user that is using the plugin directly to it. So I feel like this is the best option. If that is not the case, which isn't also an option, you could, and it might be something that is just defining the plugin, and I don't know exactly how Phils is wanting to create this, but it might just be a tab of add-on. Like it's just a new tab that if you have add-ons is just there, and then you get a navigation system with all of your plugins if they are UI based plugin. But I'm also expecting from you the fact that they might create a plugin for themselves that is fetching from an API option because they have a paid API for the content. I don't know. That saying shit that doesn't exist yet, but like that might be a thing. And therefore, to populate the content in question, that is not something that you want to have live in a dedicated tab. You want this to live on a top level to populate content when necessary. And therefore, this is not like a hidden features. That's I don't know exactly what you want to do with these things and how you want to make them work, but if you tell me, maybe I can tell you an option. I don't know. I don't know. It could be a thing. Nonetheless, while that happens, Tonton, I have things for you. So, um, this one, which is right there, I think is a good thing. So, Toolcraft is potentially interesting for you in terms of creating some visuals for wave space. The other one of Design Mini, I forgot if it's just Design Mini. Is that what we have said? Design Mini. It is. It's right open. It's the kind of same thing. A ton of contents, a ton of mini websites, things that you can use to generate visuals and whatever the fuck you want, and it's pretty cool. So again, going back to what we mentioned last time to give you like some interesting potential, effects, thingy, whatever, cool shit, and then you can get that and extract the content, put it in a shader, have something done about it. I don't know. Like it's the type of shit that you can do. I think it's pretty cute. So this one is Design Mini. It contains most of these things, which are pretty cool and pretty useful. And we like it. Toolcraft also is mentioned in Design Mini. This is more of a UI library in a way, but it also contains most of the tools in questions. So that's a thing, and it is AI integrated. So we do like it. Then we had this one, which I didn't click on, which is branding. So if you're looking for branding inspiration and other things, this one is uh, really nice as an inspiration-based system. So we like it. We like it. It contains things. You can click on it. You can get into the presentations. You can see what they have done. It's just visual, so it's not necessarily explanation. So it's pretty useful. There is a ton of other existing things from before, and then this is more of a showcase thingy. Um, these people are creating a Winamp inspired app icon, and it kind of gives you the vibe of Winamp if you're old enough to remember what it was. That may be an inspiration not to go into that direction on your size of things, but just to know that it is feasible. And if you want to go nostalgia, you can do that. It is pretty good. They have done a good job at the icon design on it. So, other than that, I think that's mostly most of it, at least from my point of view of what I have. For you, we had these, which were like a collection of animated things for text effects. So if if you just want some text effects within the app, this is mostly for Framer, I think. But if you are like, interested in just animating some of the way that your album title are showing up on the page, or how things are just changing on hover, whatever, getting some of these to just, be there is is a good option. It could work. It could make the UI more interesting and more fun, and as you mentioned last week, uh spicier. So useful content, useful shit nonetheless. We do like it. Um and it's just like review animations and shit like that that is very, very simple to put in place. Other than that, I think that's it on the thing that I had for you on today's stuff. I have Toolcraft when it comes to the repo with everything. So if you just want to point it out, I mean, it's on the fucking site itself, but the repo itself will also be pointable to any AI models. So, you know, it works. So that's a useful thing, I guess. I guess. But yeah, Stoney, you said that alt button is a gate. Top level placement is right for something big enough to stand alone, but if every plugin can claim it, your main nav becomes a junk drawbar, and the plugin that shipped last wins the most prominent slot. And no, but yes, but no. What I said was, or what Tonton said was absolutely true as well. Of like add-on drop-down populated with the user-installed add-ons. Yes, that is good. So you would have just drop down here and play with that potentially. But yeah, that also means that I wouldn't need a goddamn every time. You may need like an add-on marketplace then in there. So it would be, to me, it would be in there and in here, like in that drop down section, potentially get like a thing with uh like your system. But yeah, is it in system? I'm guessing it's in system. It's not. It is. It is. But it's not working. I probably don't have access to it. I'm getting a 4-3. I'm getting a 4-3. So that's, I don't have access to it, I guess. I guess 4-3 is that that's the thing. Which is fine. Which is fine. Yep, that's good. That is good. Keep it that way. But that's the thing that I would potentially place there if you have something in there so that user can get into the dedicated pages. Um, but yeah, the thing that you're gonna ask me next, I know you enough for that. God damn it. I wish I did it. I don't think it should exist on mobile or on TV. Uh, I know you want to make them they as well. Because on mobile, you're gonna have a very hard time to place things in the navigation because we don't have the space. And on TV, I don't know exactly what we can do to get access to the things. So, yeah. Um, I don't know that. I mean, technically, that would mean that the owner of the plugin is providing the UI for full screen and mobile screens. If they do so, the same way that if I'm streaming in full screen and in mobile at the same time, we end up with two different layouts that are sent, and the device is using the proper one for whatever is using at the moment. Um, but yeah, um, it's going to be a bit more complex. So yeah, gonna click on that. On the scene. I should have that somewhere already. Sorry. um, yeah, then that's good. If it's not declared, then it's not available, then that's a good thing. Also, I didn't. I see. I see. I don't know that logo. I uh I know it's a placeholder, but I don't know what it is from. Like I looked at it last time as well. Not as close as right now, but I I don't know what this thing is for. Off. Nonetheless, uh, you said I reworked my search and filtered system and added the ability to pin your playlist to the sidebar. That is good. That is good. These are cute. Good choice, by the way. Good choice to send me to Gojira. That good choice. Not really. It's quite the opposite. I hate the fact that they are French, but I like the music. But I hate the fact that they are French. Um, but also, uh, they are roughly from places. No, I'm against the French in the Olympics. I want us to lose every time, and we do, so that's good. In any sporting events, I want us to lose because we have too much of an ego as French people. So we need to get a slap on the head every time. Um, I wish. I wish. I'm part of the people that they mention when they say if you don't like it, just leave. That's what I'm trying to do. I've been trying to do that for 3 years, and I achieved it. But yeah. um, before I do critique your messaging system, you said you reworked the search. Is this the search details? Like, is the what you have searched there, or is this uh it is. God damn it. Okay, this is kind of bad. uh this is kind of bad because it is roughly implying things UX wise that I don't necessarily like. Um, mm. I'm still pissed about the layout that you have with these fucking things at the top, which give you like a dual headers, which you know details, whatever. Um, the thing that I don't like here is basically, I think if you start searching shit, this should happen. Like, okay, you are searching things, so therefore you are focused on the search results. And then if I go back to discover, for example, it's going to bring back the sidebar so that I can focus on what I'm doing because I'm looking for the search feature. That to me feels like a more natural system, but I might be wrong. I don't know. It that something is wrong with that layout overall. And if that's not the case, I would simply have, as I've done on the Figma file 2 weeks ago, I would have the search being somewhere around here and open it as a Command K if that's an option, which I think you already have. But or if I click on the search button, it just moves and slots itself at the top of that panel, and I can keep typing. And therefore, if that is the case, then it doesn't bother me. But right now, the the unlinking of the results and the input by that panel banner thing, and the fact that this is sitting at the top level is kind of implying that everything that I'm going to type here is going to affect the entirety of the page. But the library and this section, which I don't know what it is no, I mean, it's a playback that's written right there, is is not linked to the search results. So they're like you are showcasing things under the search field that are not going to be impacted by the search field, and that's my issue with it. So if it was just me, I would have this be a simple button, not a search input. On click, it just slots there and potentially remove the sidebars, but that's not necessary. If you have the input slide in or the button just expand here as it's always hidden above the section, but when someone clicks on the search, it just slide down, push the content down, and then it's impacting anything that is within that thing. I'm fine with it. But right now, because it's above, something is wrong about it. Um, but yeah. And then for that, which is here, I think, oh, there. here. I forgot on which fucking page I placed it. Because I know it's not there. Right here. I placed it right here. Like that makes more sense. But even then, I would probably go with the icon only search. Like this, for example, makes more sense to me because it is like you can see the link in between the input field itself and the content underneath. Like it's underneath. Whereas you have your input on the side and that bar that is just like bothering me. So yeah. I mean that's why the first time I did this, because that way you're linked with everything that is underneath already, so it's a better thing. But I would probably go further and just make it an icon button instead. That seems to make more sense to me. Like if I do that and on click, you give me this. Kinda. Like if when I click on this button, that slides from the top. And then I have my result in my shade. And the cursor is like pre-selecting within it. I feel like this is fine. Might be a bit more complex to put in place. But if you do that, you have the space for that. Like that thing can 100% sit right there. uh, Let me reread that because I don't think I understand. And that search input would be on any page you are on, and or does it navigate to search page already? I think it would be on any page. In my eyes, it would be like contained in the main container central thing, above and hidden. And then on click on the search button, it just slides down, give you the search input, and transform the central portion into a search result, which is basically what you already have, right? If I'm here, I'm currently in discovery, and then as soon as I start typing, it's going to transform the center portion into the search result. So by having the slide first and then transforming into search result immediately, almost, then that would work. Like it's basically as if you transform this thing into an input. So you already have the thing. It's just like the pre-launch transition. Like when you click on the search, you want the system to go through before. And it could work, by the way. It could be like your title thing is transformed into a search bar. So you end up with, I don't know if I have like I don't think I have. Yeah, I did it. You end up with a big input. Like this could change into that goes away. That becomes uh, such anything, and it is, I don't know, like so. And then you have that. Like that could be the thing. Like it transform your title into the search. It gives you a big ass input field thing, and then you start typing and you get exactly the thing that you had. Like it's the exact same thing, layout wise. Also, goddamn, that Figma plugin thing is so useful. Damn. Wait. Eh. Eh. Like in default, you would have, at least from my point of view, in default you would have uh, nothing in the search and nothing in the results, because it's just like we don't have. I mean, technically we don't have anything yet, so search for anything, track, release, artist, playlist is just like it gives you a mindset of what you could do, and then you move into that. And it gives you this. I feel like this is kind of strong, like that thing there. I might put it like 60% just for still being there, but not being that visible. It also is currently 1 point, which I think is not good enough. Um, I'm tempted. I am tempted. Uh, put it like very fat. I don't think it works with the rest of your UI, to be honest. To be like 4 points high, like yeah, I feel like that could work. That could work. It's just important, very important. Uh, you don't have a header to transform on all of your existing pages yet. So you may have to move things around here and there to figure out exactly how to get the thing to work. But if it work, you know, why not? I I see. Oh, I see. That's the issue. That's not the issue. That's worse. Oh. Guppy. I feel like technically it's just this one. This one doesn't count. That's the old thing. Like this is a potential. You still get your waveform at the top, which I don't think it's a good idea, by the way. But I'm gonna explain that in a second. uh, so you still get the waveform at the top. You get the navigation in the navigation where it's supposed to be. You get the search right there. You click on it, it opens this thing so that you have the search input right there. It's a full page thing. And when you type, you have the result, which is exactly what you were doing before. If you click on something else, then you navigate to where you're supposed to be. The only thing that I have potential doubts on/in is what happens if I navigate and I want to go back to the point where I was. Like, you can navigate through the app with these two buttons, but I also feel like if I was looking at things and it gave me multiple artists, I kind of want to click on the first one. Therefore, I'm leaving the search, which is good. And it gives me the details of that artist. And then it's not the one that I was looking for. So either I click back on search and it gives me back there, or I search back and therefore I'm getting the exact same page, in which case it is, as you mentioned, remembering the last query, in which case it's good. But if that's not the case, I don't know. I don't know. I like this. Specifically because if you have, also you have like a second search thing right there. Like you can sub filter. I mean, you can. um, yeah. I'd say this needs to go in the same realm as your genre/sub filter section. So like either it's a filter thing, and therefore you app in these tags there as well as a sub search, or it's a different system and therefore like that feels off to me. But also this feels off to me right there. Like these two, like they shouldn't be here. I feel like they should be. Oh no, I made the mistake. I made the usual mistake. Oh my god. I feel like this is better. Um, like you select the genre, and then you select the electronic and metal, and it just they popped on the side, and you can clear all. That makes sense. Um, the search tag here is already there, so I feel like this is a bit of a redundant thing. So I would remove that as well. And then you get your sub level filtering, which is a sub search. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. Um, because if you are like like it feels like it's only viable if you are with an artist type or a search query that contain the exact same name, or like maybe you search for falling in love and that's the name of a song and you forgot the artist name, so you want to sub filter. But I feel like if you just search for falling in love and then you get into the genre and you get into the tracks, that's already some sort of sub filtering that are going to give you a better potential output than what you currently have. So that alone feels like a better option for me. Um, so I don't know if that makes sense. And I also feel like this should be almost higher. Um, like oh no. Ah. Okay, cool. I was so scared for a second. Um, I feel like if you do this, that's potentially a better option. And then that is not what you want to have. You kind of want to have these as tags instead. So I'd get this instead with that probably. And hard content, as well. You have a min height. Never. Um, I'm getting basically the same tags. So I'm gonna go 8, 12 for consistency here. Like you are 12, 0 and you have a 36 in height, which is debatable, but yeah. Cutie, we're calling in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? Is it better than last week? I hope it was. I hope it was. Oh, it's the fucking icons that are pissing me off. That's the truth. That's what it is. Sorry, your fucking playlist icon is killing me. I'm so sad. Yeah, it's gonna be 7. Okay, cool. And I would basically put that probably at 8 and probably here instead. So no sub search thing. So that you say like, all right, You got me 50 results from this, and I only want to take a look at the tracks. And so I just highlight the tracks. I click on tracks. God damn, everyone is landing today. What the fuck? We didn't land for the first 90% of the stream, and now everyone's landing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me watch me drop on the corner like always. Like always. Just gonna see. God damn, I did land though. I landed just just on it. um. Anyways, so I I feel like this is a potential easier. um. Also, the gas base, yes, it is very much centered. You are like 98 is pretty impressive. I agree. I agree. Um, the only thing that would be against this is take screenshots. Is if you end up with like too much results, but then I feel like after 1,000 is just like 1,000, so you end up with 5K results because it makes more sense. Um, so that would uh that would work better, at least for me. Also, it brings the content up, and that's one of the other thing that I'm like, yeah, it makes more sense. Um, but now the thing that pisses me off is the fucking genre selection because it is the opposite side. Because you end up with like the the type result types. Um, that's the heat. That's the heat. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Drink water though, or anything else, but drink water, please. Um, so you have the result types so that the user can very quickly filter by, right? Like artist is there, so if basically if you click on artist, I'm just gonna see this. If I click on release, right there, I'm gonna get that, which that's bad. If God damn it, God damn it. Well, you have more content, but I can't find the more content. It's gonna be faster if I show you. If you have artist released, we're gonna need to have artist released. If you have tracked after that, artist release track placed, at least in the same order. Even on the current setup, like it makes no sense to have them in a different thing. Just like from left to right, if you are on left to right, if artist is first, then artist is first. If it's followed by release, it's followed by released. If it's followed by track, it's followed by track. So it's just like, yeah, making sure that shit makes sense. Um, swapping these two, then swapping these two is good. That would help a lot. Um, so yeah, folders. What do you mean? Um, but yeah, no, that I don't like. I don't like it because it is um pre-output. That's the reason. I'm gonna explain that. I need to click on this first. You get your news from Instagram. That's crazy. Yeah, the Figma news again. Oh, no, it's project folders. Yeah. Or is that like, where is this? And you don't show me shit. Fuck off. Um, it's the same as all my projects, which are folders already, and therefore these are. I mean, they call that project, but I call that folder, and so it's the exact same thing. They just renamed it. All right. Innovation, innovation, innovation. Everything is fine. Innovation. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Nah. I disagree. Okay, so going back to this shit because it's important. Basically, if I click on artist, the result is gonna go to one. Like this is what's gonna happen. If this gets highlighted and turn on as we have there, we have one result. So that's good. So that's a filter that is uh, applied to the result. So that's good. This is currently working. I like this. It makes sense. If Why is it on release now? There. That's weird. Nonetheless, that is impacting the result as well. So it's above it. It's at the same level as that. So you had it in a proper E information because of where things are displayed, but I can't put that above because of how much white space going to be here. And the way that I have put it there doesn't allow me to get these on the same line because there is not enough space. So the only thing that I can do is go back to what you had of potentially getting this on the subline so that I can integrate these on the same line as the genera, and then we can have the result underneath, but that's going to be weird. This is not good. Not as you did a bad thing. It's like me, but my placement is not good. Um, the main thing right now for me is this. It could work, but it's weird. Like I would rarely, I think, look for artist name and then genre second. I would probably go for artist name, artist, and then if it's still too vague and I still find like a lot of shit, then genre to very much like funnel in, but not not like this. Hmm. Do you need the general thing? Is it necessary? It can. That fixed my issues. Um. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. This sub filter is useful. That's the thing. Um. So if you had a filter button that was showcasing things underneath, maybe that could work. So I would do this, probably. Shit. I don't have it, but I'm gonna make it. If you had there. If you did this, uh, for filters, and it's just a button, then this is bad. It's just a button um, that show you a menu with like sub filters and things. And if you add some sub filters like genre, like other stuff, then maybe that could work. Because it's a subliner just gets added if you have some filters enabled. You can clear your filters through that. Could, but it's not the best option. I don't know what the best option is. Also, I have other things like release dates filtering on songs from the 70s. You can filter that. Yeah, that goes in filters. That goes in the filter button. At least from my point of view, that goes in the filter button. Why? Why? Why are you at these sizes? That sorry, that makes no sense. Why is you not centered? What's the size of you? 36. What's the size of you? 20. But you're not equal on the grid. Why? It's because of you. Okay. Why is you not on the proper thing? Oh, I see. Ah. So that was not supposed to happen like this. That's the vertical thing. We don't care about the vertical thing. We care about this. That's another vertical thing, but it contains both. So that's good. This one is supposed to get 16 on both sides. That it works in. Oh my god, it's the same shit. It's because your fucking sidebars, I mean, not yours, but like the way that they are rendered within the fucking arc view, it contains sub values. So these are supposed to be 300 and 300. So that one is 111 or 811. And now, technically speaking, this is supposed to be on the grid. Properly on the grid, yes. So I can align shit. That's the idea. God damn, that took me a while. All that for this. If you want to combine them, you would have the other thing here. So for the songs from the 70s, if it's in there, like if it's your, do I have it open? I don't have it open. God damn it. Every time I'm looking for the thing that I'm supposed to, showcase and so on, it's just not gonna be there. Not gonna be open. Um, if you have, that's gonna be my filters, I guess. Um, I'm not supposed to have them though. Hmm. It's supposed to be right there, but it's not. Oh my god. They are supposed to be like right here. Like I didn't create this clicked without showing shit. That's not that's not what I do. That is not what I do. Um I do something like this, right? Where you have your filters and your options and your whatever in it, and therefore it's just gonna be highlighted in the the view underneath as badges of results. So if it's like, if I do all of my things that are combinable, you can combine them, then you end up with multiple tags that gives you exactly what you need to have, but not like not too much of a distraction. It's just like a line that helps the user say, yeah, you have these, and that are on. You can just turn it off if you want to. I feel like that makes sense. So if you had like a like if it's another thing, it could be combined there. Um, if you, I don't know how much of a filter you have and how much content you have in there that you can play with, but yeah, a 21st dev link. I don't think I'm seeing the one that you shared. For some reason, I have a feeling that this is not. Uh, yeah. It's a component, and you did that with filters. Yeah, it's the same icon. Um, Kinda, yeah, because that way it's yeah, kinda, but it's just like the button is above instead of being underneath on the same line, so that it just doesn't bother as much. But yeah, um, it triggers from here. You have a drop down, you select the thing in question, and then it stacks up. Um, I still would have the clear around here. And then when you reach like too much filters, potentially you would have some sort of an horizontal scroll if that's an option. Not necessarily a good idea. But it it could work. I don't like it. Um and I don't like it because it's too cluttered at the top. And also take a screenshot now. um if you don't have anything in the sub filters, you end up with one result and artist basically close together. So that I don't like. Like this is going to be bad for readability and understanding. Um, and basically the filter section is adding that space that is useful and necessary to separate the one result slash X amount of results and the first section. And when you will end up with uh, more of these, right, then you basically lose that separation. I mean, still there. I also doubt you will reach this, right? Um, I don't feel like this is an absolute path, but why not? Also, I would probably do it like this, which is kind of weird, but yeah. Oh my god, that makes sense. That could work, but this is weird. But it could work. This is great. That separation right there is kind of weird. Unless this is a button that is a ghost button, in which case it's fine. But I don't think that's the case. Anyways, the thing that I didn't say that I need to say that you need to hear, even though you are attached to it, this is kind of bad. But I don't think it is for what you think I'm about to say. This is kind of bad because of the length of song not being the same. So a, a regular song being like 3 minutes is going to properly adapt to this. A podcast that is 3 hours, it's going to be complicated to, I mean, if you have a podcast, it's going to be complicated to just like justify and or showcase. Boy. Ah. Ah. I don't know. Why is this not doing its job properly? Like, I'm not asking it for resizing here, but it does. Just resize. Cut that. That's cleaner. Um, so yeah, in terms of length, I don't know. Uh, it's it's just the size issues, uh, and the expectation. I think uh, with wave, sorry, bar-based waveforms, we end up with the expectation that one wave bar is equal to a specific amount of time, and that doesn't really accommodate for the things. Uh, yeah, but that's how you use it. You need to use it properly based on the content itself. Um, have you heard? Um, there's this. I love this. Uh, is Dead Mouse? Yes, the five at the end. Dead Mouse has a very specific album, which I love. Used it for a long time. Um, which is Strobe, for example, right now is a 10 minutes song. Already, that fucks up your system because your songs um, are probably going to be in the 3 minutes to 4 minutes ish, and this one is 10. So it's like 3 times as long, and therefore there is an expectation ish of the thing. If you give me I have the exact same issue with SoundCloud, by the way. Like, they are using bars instead, and it just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. But because they are using full screen waveforms, it feels okay somehow. I don't know. But if you're giving me something that is like um, closer to a regular waveform, which is already bars anyways, just like 1 pixel bars that are close together, I might have less issues with it because I know that there is no expectation of length of time per bars, whereas these, I would expect that this is probably going to be 3 seconds. Probably. Like, based on the width of this, I'm gauging this is like a 1 minute, 2 minute clips max, um, with 3 seconds and potentially 3 seconds of dead space in between the bars themselves. But it's just like brain. If you give me this, I don't fucking know. I have no clue. Like, I don't have any way for my brain to say, oh yeah, this is a 5 minute song. I don't. Yeah, so chat apps are doing this instead, and this is just sliding through. So the waveform would go from here to here to there, which is fine, by the way. You can animate it within it, like starting at the beginning, and then when you reach the middle, just follow through and be stable, and then the waveform itself is moving in, and then you reach the end, and so you've completed the thing. That's an option, but that's mostly what the chat app are doing. Um, so but nonetheless, I don't mind. I'm just saying, right there. I I probably not necessarily do that this way, but also very important. Currently, I have copy pasted the light mode version within the dark mode version, so this is really bad in terms of how it looks, and that is potentially also, I think, oh, that's because it's an image. That's the reason. You didn't. Oh my god. Ah. Let me put you onto something. Just go and plug in and look for waveform, uh, and use the first plugin. If you are using Figma for your design and shit. If you stop using Figma already, then good. But yeah, the way that this has been exported as an image by the Figma plugin is probably the reason why it's pissing me off, because this makes absolutely no sense. And also, you have like a dual system thing, like just have. Anyways, it's fine. But yeah, no, this is not bad. Not bad whatsoever. So, to recap what I've done, even though you probably have everything already, really emphasis on reorganizing this bar that you have to the headers for consistency and ease of use. That makes so much more sense to me. Moving the search bar to become a button. I noticed that you have full name and notifications as well. By doing so, you might end up with less space for the waveform if you do what I just said. But I have also changed the font sizes to make them smaller. So that's an easier thing. Like you still have the space, but yeah, you basically have two icons there and then a full width things, which I don't necessarily think it's necessary. I I know what I'm about to say is weird, but for some reason I know who I am most of the times. I know my names most days, and therefore it's not a necessary thing to show me like which account I'm currently on. If I have it on click, on hover, and I know like, okay, that's the icon for that account. I'm on the wrong account. Let me just switch my account. Why not? But usually I don't really care. So unsure about the necessity of this, and specifically you have it inside of the menu itself, which I think is already pretty good. So yeah, the fact that you moved the theme within the menu is a good thing. So that's it's a bit of a space gain if you just do profile picture, notification search. That's a very easy thing to do. And then on click on search, it triggers the view. So the content of the main view is swapped. The big field is dropping down. You can type whatever the fuck you want. It gives you the amount of results that you will have, and you can pre-filter on artists, release tracks, and playlists, and then you have filters, and based on the filters that you select, then you will have that. Yeah. That I think would be better than what we had a second ago, which obviously I didn't take a screenshot of again. So we're gonna copy paste from Figma again for the 16th time today. I told you to paste there, Figma. That's where you're supposed to paste things. So I know this is not the easiest comparison on stream, looking at them side by side, but you gain you get a bit of height. Obviously, this thing right there is a bit weird. The way that it has been set up right there is supposed to be like a fill container. Why wasn't that the case? I don't know. That's the case now. They're exactly the same. Uh, right here on your existing thing, I need to point out what was bad. You had one, two, three, four times the typed search. That's that's a lot. That's a lot of time. Goddamn. Um, Same thing. You want to remind me who I am and what I've typed? Why not? But that's a bit of a useless repetitions. So if you just place that here, it's big enough to be in there. So I did that, and then you had these. I still like them. I'm not gonna lie. I still like this. Uh, Potentially a bit more than what I've done because it is a bit of a heavier selection, and on the rest of the UI and the thing that you currently have in the app, I feel like this potentially is a better match than what I've done here. This is just like in the space that you have here to reach the first results. On my side, you see the first artist or the artist row and the release row already, whereas you see the artist row. Technically, you see like more, but like because I have these things on, but yeah, you see the artist row. That's it. But you're losing some space, a bit, some height. But I do like it. I guess if we do a variation with this in, it would be sorry. Would be here and then sorry. um There. 4 is way too tight. And you're supposed to be in there. Like that might be an option if we wanted to keep like that, as you mentioned, top level cards for selection. I feel like this is pretty. That's the first thing. It works. It emphasizes on type first. So like I'm typing something, I'm looking for release, or I'm typing something, I'm looking for playlist. It's kind of the mental model that I have. And then you have the number of results and the option for sub filters. I do like this. I feel like this is working. I'm still kind of losing the release option, but it's not that I could read any of this anyways. So just for the sake of like presentation here, I feel like this is potentially better in terms of design and vibes, atmosphere. in the app. So I do like this. Forget to take a screenshot of this one as well. For no reason whatsoever. I feel like that works. And the structure is fine. Please do. Which, by the way, because you are kind of new around here, the reason why I'm asking you to screenshot is that I don't work for free. I'm doing a lot of work for you right now as a presentation to anyone, but you need to learn how to do it. Otherwise, you rely on me all the times. And if you rely on me all the times, then pay me, but not free. So you can take screenshots, you can see, you can rewatch the VODs, you can have access to everything. I don't give you the files. The only person that is getting the files is Stony. That's yeah, that's the only person that is getting the files. Basically, most of the times. Sometimes not. Sometimes Stony doesn't get the files, but not anymore. Now it's fine. Yeah, that's the reason. Yeah, I like this. I like this a bit better. I feel like this is a condensed UI, which is fine. If you had like modes in your system to show like different density, then maybe this would be a higher density things. And then here we are losing a lot of space and a lot of depth. So that's the thing. Yeah, I mean I'm still pissed about the headers, so I'm gonna just shut up about it. In things, god damn, everyone's lending. Congrats on lending. In things that make sense, number 3, basically, if you had something like this, for the search, that would bother me less. Going back to what I said about Spotify, first thing right there, like because it's centered, even though there is like more shit on this side and less shit on this side, because it's centered to the content, that makes more sense. Right now, it's not like I'm missing just a smidge of this, but with the search centered, it kind of works aligned if you still want to keep the separation with your header system. And you can 100% combine like this plus what we just did with that navigation system and the filters, but yeah, that's eh, side options. But no, I feel like this is potentially the best option, at least for the search, if you can figure out how to get the animation right, like the transition animation right. So that's a good thing. I'm still debating the sidebars. I see the point. I see the point, right? That's the thing. Like it does make sense, but like they're doing this, which is not bad. It doesn't change anything in the background. So if I just started typing something, I'm not lost. It's still there. and then only when I select something would I go to the page in question. So I don't really have the the search page until I click search, and I don't click on anything that is within the the search prefill. If that's the name, I doubt it. What? Eh, it works. It works. But then I said that last time. I'm looking at it and it's like this is very close to the UI that you have, which is really good. This is a really good thing. For why I'm saying this also is very important and is pretty true. Let's see if I can find it. That is one of the biggest truths that a lot of designers uh, don't realize as well. It's like if we can have things that look and works the same and be what we call familiar, then we have a higher potential for success because people are not trying to figure out what the fuck is happening in the UI. So the fact that right now this is very similar to what we have here, it's just like cool. It's the same. It's overall the same thing with a bit of a difference because I have my library around here, and you have a library thing, and then you have the playlist, I'm guessing, for what is currently playing right here, which I obviously doesn't have here. I don't know if this is what is going to happen if I uh, click on any play button right there. It is. So yeah, you have basically the exact same system, which makes sense. You have the player at the bottom, which makes sense. Um, and like all of that is familiar enough. The only thing that I'm currently changing based on your existing thing is that they have all music podcasts and audiobook that are here, and I'm placing them at the top, right? Basically there. And then you have the search bar that is a button instead of being a center thing. So it's roughly where the notification lives, you would have search if you do that. So it's a bit of a different thing, but it's the same thing. And it's a container thing, so I do like it, personally speaking. I hate this though. That header that just go through and be static red. Oh my god, that looks like shit. That's so bad. Anyways. Um so it looks familiar enough, and that's good. It has the quirks here and there with your waveforms there. The spacing in between your panels is a bit bigger than what they have. You don't have the currently playing thing that is by default, because your point is to be intentional with what the user is going to listen to. So that's a good thing. I mean, personally, I think that's a good thing. Um, the only thing that I have a bit of a debate about is going to be your navigation system, because I have a feeling that these are like the same as your navigate, like your browser back and forth, kinda. Um, so I could argue on the necessity of this thing. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. Um, but it's just like whatever. To be honest, it doesn't really matter. Um, I don't see Spotify get like a navigation system. Um, so yeah, that's true. That is true. Um, Spotify does it though. I don't know exactly how they do it, but they do it. So if I have something that is playing at the same time, for example, uh, and I move things, it's still gonna play. But also Spotify is massive, so I get it. But yeah, like that's I should not have done that. So yeah, nonetheless, still, um, they potentially depending. I think you need for sure to ensure that the browser navigation doesn't break shit. Because I have doubts. Kroskis, welcome on in. How are you? I have doubts that some people would be able to, or not able to, but like use the inline navigation by default. I know a lot of people that are still navigating their browser with keyboard shortcuts. So backspace for going back into the previous page and so on. That is a lot of thing that is also um, to be taken into consideration when you are building the navigation. So you basically need to ensure that this is like working anyways, even if it's not the same. But yeah. Also, let's move going. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Um, it does. It does update. I like this. I like this. I feel like your border underneath is a bit tight, but nonetheless, cute. Oh, if you have release, if you have active dates, if you have artist, you have the genre. If you have release, you have the genre and the release. If you have playlist, you have the active dates and you have tracks. You have genre and release date. I see. Well, why not have genre with playlists? Hmm? Um, yeah, Riley, you should use Heaper for sure. Um, you should use Heaper for things. Mm. Um, I don't think you need to. That's interesting. You don't sort by content, you sort by definition of object. I see. Ah, I would say if I have a song in a playlist that is metal and I search for the genre metal, then the playlist could pop in. Because if I like let's say I have a playlist that is called workout, and in said playlist I have a workout that is running and a workout that is gym, and they are both named like workout gym, workout cycling, workout running. One of them is going to be more metal than the others, and therefore if I look for metal, it's just going to go through the content, and you know it's not a an or, it's an and or for me. So if you have like multiple things, multiple genre in the playlist, it's just like and contain. Like playlist is an and can contain metal, but is not just metal. But because you already have like a bit of a search term, so if I have like, I don't know, workout, um, and it's a playlist, then maybe I can get something in there that give me something. I don't know. Um, yeah, but that's bad. Like right here, I should see I should see artist options. Like metal mix makes sense, obviously. But if I go into artist, I have like artists that contain the word metal in their names, but then I have also artists like this one that have metal in the genre. Like it makes sense, kind of. Because it's a subfolder. So I'm looking for the term. You provide me with the genre alone, and I'm like, yes, but also what the fuck can I do with this? Like right now, obviously. But it should in my see, I just hand navigated, which would have potentially broken um your system. I don't know. But like I two finger swipe back, it doesn't work on your side, so that's good. But still, like I try, and that would piss me off, and that would probably make me not use the app. So be careful with this keyboard shortcuts, and also like user habits needs to work. But that's also just for trackpad users. You want me to explain data models? No, no, no. Um, yeah. Ah. um, so I like this. I like this. I like this view like this. I still think that the inline version of the filters makes a lot more sense, and we usually have filters on the right side of the screen. This is just a form of habit um, from other places, but it's not like a necessary thing. You could have your filters around here and put it in one line. That could be an option as well. Um, so yeah, that's uh, that's a good thing. You know what? Even though you are like trolling and all that, it's fine. I kind of agree that it's there are some parts that just don't have enough contrast ratio for being lit. Like right here, we have a lot more. I mean, a lot more contrast. We have a bit more contrast between the two like surfaces in light mode compared to dark mode. Also, dark mode is a full inverse instead of being a proper switch. I'm going to say that again because it's useful. Um, if we keep this, basically, I'm going to try to do that. Oh, interesting. Sorry. uh, that's a proper inversion from your light mode. You want the. It's good that I worked on something very similar not so long ago. The system is simple. You want to always have elevation dictate the lightness and the brightness of an element. So you want to ensure that something that was very bright in light mode is still very bright in dark mode, because the distance from the eye doesn't change. It's just the theme of the surfaces that are changing. So if my main surface for my main content is pure white in light mode, which is your case, it needs to remain the lightest element in dark mode in order to remain at the same surface elevation, and the understanding from a user point of view that this is the closest to me type of element. So right here, you have inverted it with being darker so that it is physically deeper in the website than the navigation system. Whereas here, I'm basically keeping it at the same level as what it was in light mode. So it just, the background has changed and it has deepened in colors, but it's still with the same elevation system. Details. Details, I know. But that's a bit of a switch thing. You want to make sure that the hierarchy of information remains the same. So anything that is light is higher in hierarchy, and therefore here, even though it doesn't really work the same, it's as if my background was more important than my content, which is not the case. So yeah, also a good thing to not have my name. I like that. That helps. That helps. Um, but yeah, these are small details. It doesn't matter. It's just useful. It's just useful and consistency based. Um, that also gives you a bit more contrast with the things that are in the navigation system. And if variations, uh, if you wanted to go full Spotify mode, you have border, you don't have border. You simply have to do this. If you don't have the container at the bottom, then you are like 100% Spotify mode system. So you can see how their main containers are lighter than their background for the same reason. Like it's just, this is closer to the user, so they want you to focus on the content itself, which is like the colored things, but also the search bar is lighter in gray than the background of the main content, meaning that this is even higher in the hierarchy of the layers and the DOM and so on. So that's a small change. Yeah, basically ensuring that the background is DOM. Makes sense. But you've done a good job here. That's good. I mean, this one is a re-cornered thing, so don't worry about it. But yeah, it's working. It's working. These two are not still not too Spotify is the goal. But yeah, that's potentially a good thing. Spice? Spice. Spice like this on selection, like for these four selection. These could be really cool. Like if you have one that is selected, just slower than this, but just a small shader that is on the corner, like where there is nothing in, just bleeding through as it's small animated elements for the sake of spice, different colors, maybe. Um, could bring something in, not necessarily like that type of the shaders itself, but like mostly an animated things and all a brighter color elements to highlight the fact that yes, I am currently looking at this specific one. This is the one that I have selected based on the fact that you have made the UI yourself. You know that this is absolutely available, and you do have the ability to just bring in some, I don't know, very basic, very interesting system right there of maybe that's it. Maybe that's all you get. You get one of these, and it's just there as highlight, but then you animate it and you do some dithering on it. Yeah, for sure. Could bring something in, some tiny animated stuff with pixels flickering here and there could be fun. You could also go for, I mean, again, these words are good, but like, more complex. Uh, these are more harder to achieve, and I don't think they would make a lot of sense for what it is. I think the most minimal that you go for, the better it's gonna be. So something like this could also be a thing that is interesting. Um, just like adding a gradient on the border itself. Again, web, annoying as fuck, so that might not be the best of options, but why not? Or just having like a shadow that is taking a different colors at the top and a different color at the bottom, and like a transition shadow. That could be interesting. For this, there is. I don't think I saved this one. This was a while ago. There is someone that has created a not plugin, but like a package on GitHub, if I'm remembering correctly, that is called Border Glow, maybe. That basically does what it sounds like. It creates some border glows, and it is pretty cool. It's pretty cool, and it's a package that you can just import and use, and it might make things easy. I don't know. I don't know. Um, Sorry, every fucking time. Um, it's gonna be faster. It's gonna be faster. Not necessarily this. What? Yeah, even that would do the trick. Um, of getting just a bit of a border glow effect animation things. Obviously, the only one that I'm looking for is not there. Um, and I don't think looking for package is gonna help. Is it? It is. It is. Um, the lady stole the trash can? Did I? What trash can you talking about? Just underneath the green screen. Green screen? I have a feeling that it's now further up. Oh, that? Waiting for the delay. That's a green screen. Stole the trash can? Not really. I didn't know. I I did not know. Basically, it's just this person that is creating or yeah, creating posts based on weird things and making a correlation in between the arts and the real life things. And that's all it is. Great account, by the way. For that reasons. Um, Great. The green screen was great, by the way, as well. Which is a thing that Debshi would have created for sure. Um, I see. I see. Well, I mean, uh, dunking the entirety of the trash on the floor is a bit of a dick move. And on top of that, stealing is a bit of a dick move as well. So that's a combination of two. Um, so I could understand, like, you know, getting reprimanded at work, not necessarily fired, but yeah. In my eyes, it's basically the same thing as I probably have it. It hasn't been that long. I know I liked it, but I don't know if I liked it. Oh no, it's been less than this. Um, Kind of the same idea as Take Your Time. Oh, I liked so much stuff in the past few days. That's gonna be bad. Um, there has been a very specific post which I 100% agree with, which would not have resulted in that woman being fired. It's not related to that in any ways, but yeah, have a good focused time. Gaspik, take care of yourself. As well, appreciate you being here as always. Um, it's been, I feel like it's been 3 days or a week. It's right there. That is also the same thing. Like we don't. Yeah, I agree with the point of this is why no one is dancing in clubs because there is cameras everywhere, and therefore no one is willing to be like kind of doing anything in public anymore because like you just with your partner slash wife slash girlfriend boyfriend, I don't fucking know, but you know because because there is a fucking dumbass with a camera that just take a picture of you that you didn't ask for. Uh, you end up on the internet, and it's just like what the fuck. So if there was no people filming and so on the street, that woman would have had the trash at home with no issues with it because no one would have been able to do anything about it. And you know, it's it it it's not great. And this is also, I'm gonna sound bad, but it's fine. I don't care. Uh, it's also like one of the reason why I like some Japanese vlogs more than others, because somehow they have a not a respect, because it's not necessarily respect, but like they blur people. And yeah, I see. Well, she's right there, apparently, so that's good. But that doesn't look the same whatsoever. That's the under post under post. Um, but yeah, no, none like most of the times when I watch like a vlog from a Japanese person, um, like this one is the one that came in mind immediately. This is vlogged with her family, so that's a bit of a different thing. But you can see that in the train or in the car and so on, the person that is in the back is blurred. Um, at home, the persons that are not her are blurred as well. If I go into some of the other vlogs that I'm watching, like she's doing something that is very much similar, if I remember correctly, and I don't remember where it is, but she is doing like proper face covering for anyone. Like she's filming shit, but she just like, privacy and so on and whatever, which is also one of the reasons why we have uh this is a good segment, why we have pixelated porn in Japan, because there is a privacy thing where legally speaking you don't have the right to take picture of the people without their consent, because they legally have the right to take action against you if you post them without their consent. And this is a thing that I love to see every time that I see someone that is not from Japan filming in Japan, because they don't give a shit. Like most foreigners that are coming to Japan and doing vlogs there, they don't blur the people's faces. Um, Whereas the Japanese vlogs are most of the times like blurring other people's faces, which is pretty respectful and good and legally binding, or legally abiding, which is the good thing. That's what we want to see. So yeah. Anyways, uh, so yeah, if there were not all of these things of people just filming all the times, then we wouldn't have any of these issues anyways, and it would be fine. But then we would miss this, and I wouldn't like to have missed happy crows trying to show me their trees. But that's like not people. It's just like crows be happy trying to take me to the tree. You know? Oh yeah, no, I'm sure. Yeah. One of the person that has replied to this thing said uh, they chose to walk instead of fly to make sure that the human could follow. And I agree with that. It's just like they know. It's just like, mm-mm, yeah. Um, it is. It is. Um, yeah, we just can't fly. Therefore, they decided to use the proper means of behavior and transportation. Walking. Old times. Um, old times. I don't. I drink it, but I don't drink it as much as I used to. And since I've had the heart condition, I can't drink the energy one. I have taken the probe juice, the Area 51 flavors. I hate it. It's shit. Um, and then this one, they are the hydrate versions. This one is the blue raspberry, and it turns out to be gray instead of being blue on the output. It used to be blue. And the other one that I have is the purple storm, and it is kind of purple, but not really. So I yeah, don't like it. You prefer these, Riley? You prefer the carpet dogs? Ah, sorry. I have I have so many animals in this thing that are so good. It is. It is like it was just a Great Dane. Great Danes are like so flat that you can put them everywhere, and sometimes they turn into carpets. Anywho, um, that's about it. I think it is. They do turn into rugs, but also like people are using animals for many things. If you haven't seen this one, um, because I mean the cat pointer just works, and people were following the class instead. So yeah, no, if it works, yeah, it's why not? Why not? Anyways, anyways, um, but yes, many things in there. I still think that this Tauntaun would be an interesting visuals for some things. I just feel like it also look very close to an AI assistant orb that might not be the thing that you want to be associated with at first glance, because this is like very close to the 11 Labs home screen. But I feel like the vibe here could be something that matches with wave space, because you can have waves inside of an orbs and shit like this. So it's the orb is the space and the waves are within. Some bullshit from designers, I mean, I can do that if you want, but yeah, um, that's I think that's a potential ID, and it's very simple as always. I have a feeling that this is mostly um, a flower. Like I have a feeling that this is just one of these with fully rounded stuff, and then Unsplash um, with a floral It feels like it. Like if I look for an iris, um,
Just text me. Don't.
that is. You know what? Let's use that for the sake of right now me showcasing shit. Let's do a crop. No, not that. You dumbass. Let's do that. And then let's remove this. Let's make that white. Change that effect to glass. And give myself a bit more frost. Right about here. A bit more splay, but even a bit more depth. Get a. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's probably a blood flower. It works so well. That you can the yeah, the amount of blur is kind of crazy, but yeah, it looks like one of the AI generated flowers that I know of, like I've seen so many times, and so that's why I recognize the colors. It might just be it, and I may have just proven the point. But yeah, nonetheless, the style of this thing specifically could be an interesting thing for you, um, just because of how it looks. There are like a ton of other options in there that could work, and like just this one is also an interesting thing. This is for the font, but like background is just flowers that are blurred. A lot of people are doing the exact same thing of flowers that are blurred, which is really cool. And a lot of people are using flowers um, that yeah, maybe you need a push, Sony. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to push. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, like a lot of people are doing this. And these flowers are cool. So eh, eh, we like it. We like it. I wish I could do the exact same thing on congrats, god damn. Holy shit. Damn. um half worked instead of not at all. That is kind of bad. That is kind of bad. Again, I'm saying this that like flowers is important and useful and shit. It's not like I have a dedicated account on Instagram for flowers that I take picture of or anything. So obviously there are like I have been fighting for my life to find something where I can use flowers on a project, and I'm sure that this as an orb would be so nice. Get inspired by nature. It's pretty good. Um, it's pretty good. No, I'll do all of that off stream probably tomorrow. I have shit to do tomorrow, which is why the stream is going to end soon-ish. But yeah. Anyways, that's mostly it. That's the flower in question that I have in my head. Like that. These these flowers have been reused and reused and reused, and it is roughly the same colors that we have. There is a bit more pink in it, which is why I'm like, maybe it's an iris, pink iris instead. But yeah. Anywho. Hmm. Anywho. Anything else on this, Tony, or is it just, oh, that was bad? Was it good? Uh-huh. Yeah, there's so many issues with this. There is. No, I don't. I don't. It doesn't work with the rest. It's too rounded for that website. You need to round shit more if you want to keep it. It's fine by me. Just if you make all of that rounded, you know, that that makes a lot more sense. I don't think I can do that, by the way. I don't think that. The radius is going to be an option on this. But radius 6. Oh, it is a global thing. That's so nice. Ah, for sure. Damn. This is not behaving as good as I'm expecting it to behave. Um, it's so slow. That's too much, and that's not enough. So 2.5 is probably a better option. Without the effect, because that effect is wild, but yeah. That would be more appropriate in order to get that mascot, because the mascot is very, very round. Very, very round. Sorry. Other than that, that's why not? It's just like in the way. That's the thing. If you have a lot of things on the sidebar, for example, you end up with potentially like getting it on top of it, like we saw earlier. But other than that, it's fine. It is fine. Does it change color based on what I select? Is that what you've done? Also, it is so slow today. It is. It does. Congrats. That's a good option. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know we could go. I didn't know we could go that deep in the subtle color scheme saturation shit. Hmm. Hmm. I didn't know. I didn't know. It doesn't matter though. It's the same thing. Yeah. Nah. Nah. That's it. That's the result. Nah. I don't know. Total, do you have all the screenshot that you need? That's gonna be my question. That is going to be my question. You do? Cool. That is impressive. I mean, there's coffee, but we rated coffee last time. We have BitGamey, but it's too wild. It's too wild. It's too wild. Um, who be live? Who be live? That's the question. I guess coffee is the. I guess coffee, Stony. I guess that's the direction in which we're going. Unless I'm mistaken, but that feels like the correct path. Temptic? Who's Temptic? Tempting 4 is making music with someone else. Yeah, we can Temptic. Is that a is that a French rat? Is 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 that the French rat with a beret? It is. Let's Temptic. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Why not? But yeah, it's a rat that is a beret, so that has a beret, so it's very French. It is very French. Nonetheless, as always, thanks a lot for being here. I highly appreciate it. If you enjoyed the stream and you want to come back next time, just follow the channel so that you have the notification and all the other shit. If you have a question and I'm not there, um, join the Discord, ask the question there when I'm there. If you have a lot of perfume, use that. And if you have a lot of links, use this. As always, if you learn Japanese or if you are learning Japanese, use Can. It's pretty good. And then Mom is still at $80 for the next, I guess, 3 days. If what Stony has done is good. So after that is gonna go up at least 140. If it's like 160, I don't know yet. We'll see. But yeah, if you buy it at 80 today, I get $80. Not really, I get the taxes, god damn it. But you get it for $80 when there is the update with the codes and all the other shit that goes with it. Anyway. Um no, I think no. I mean you got it for free, so you know, whatever. Anyways, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I will be back on Wednesday. And yeah, bye.